Hello, everyone, and Happy New Year. Welcome to the Drop Frames Game of the Year show for 2024 here. In the first week of 2025, Zeke, as the kids say, you're looking dripped out, son. You're on a stat.
My drip is on
420.
fleek.
YOLO, right? No one says YOLO. Do your kids say YOLO?
Do they?
Go.
Your
kids are about that.
They say yellow.
They say yellow? Like the Coldplay song? Like
No, like a 70-year-old man answering the
like that?
No,
Yeah,
like a 70-year-old man
yellow.
answering the
That's
phone.
exact. Thank you.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Yep.
Yellow.
There we go.
Got it.
Yellow.
Got it. Zeke, you want to? What's the? Is this your Drop Frames Game of the Year show attire here?
Yeah. I've dressed up in years past for our end of the year show. Why
Have
should
you?
today be any different?
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Ollie
Feeling
decided
good.
to join the show. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Yeah, I hope everyone's had a good holiday break and started the new year off strong. I'm a little sick today. Admittedly,
Me too.
we're gonna. Okay. Well, if my camera ever turns off, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Oh.
I just got to do
Got stomach stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, bummer. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
I'm getting over a cold, so I may have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Starting the year off
It's
strong.
so funny. I feel 100% good, but I sound the worst.
It's true. Yeah. That's true. That's how it goes sometimes. We got a lot of stuff to get through, obviously. Just want to do a quick check-in though. What have you guys been playing the past 2 weeks in the dead zone, as it were? That post-Christmas break and that first week of January, kind of all of January in terms of new games. Zeke, you started off your annual CD-ROM-a-thon.
Yeah, dude. Number 7.
Number
This is my
7.
7th time doing CD-ROM-a-thon. Officially, I guess. But that's why I do it in January, because all the games are, they're on break, so to speak.
Sure.
And it's been awesome. I've only done 3 days, I think, but yeah, it's great every year. I love it. The installs have been very easy
Ooh,
thus far.
Oh, that's new.
that's
The
a
longest
new-
one was yesterday, and it only took an hour. So
Okay.
I'm sorry to disappoint anybody, but if you know anything about CD-ROM-a-thon, those days are coming. The days when I have to spend all day trying to make a game from 1997 work
Yeah.
on a new computer. They're
Yeah.
coming. Don't worry.
Yeah, I saw Fallout 2 was on the channel the other day. What was
Hell yeah.
what was the first game you played?
Chronicles of Riddick.
Oh, damn, that's a good one.
Chronicles
Nice.
of Riddick.
I think
Escape from Butcher Bay.
yeah, you would know. Didn't those devs also work on Indiana Jones?
Machine
Yes, they
games?
did.
The Butcher Bay devs? Yeah. They must have worked on the Indiana Jones, so that's cool. That's a nice little connection thread there.
Heck yeah.
You can see some of the DNA of Indiana Jones in that game, for sure.
Yeah. Co, what have you been playing? You still doing catch up?
Lot of KCD. Doing
okay,
a big Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 run before 2. Honestly, like KCD 2 has quickly kind of gone up my most anticipated games list. Like replaying KCD 1, that game, although it's 7 years old now, 7-8 years old, very special, unique game. And over the last few years, especially seeing what other companies are offering as like their crown jewel, it's very exciting to think what Warhorse is cooking up for KCD 2.
Nice.
So, yeah, also I haven't done like a lot of the DLCs. It's my first time doing the DLCs, so that's been really enjoyable too.
Oh, I didn't know there were DLCs for that. Is that?
Oh, there's like 5.
Oh, is it all story stuff?
3 of them are major story DLCs. One of them lets you basically rebuild a town.
Oh.
And the third one adds like tournaments every week that you can fight in and get like armor and skill ups and stuff. It's really cool.
Nice, fantastic.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy to think that game's been out for 7 years. Time is passing by. I've been living in the past and kind of in the now, I guess. I've been playing a bunch of WoW with the OnlyFangs crew. That's been a absolute blast. Just meeting seven other 700 other content creators that are a part of OnlyFans this time around. And it's been fun. I had my first in-group death yesterday.
Oh no!
At level
Anyone
60.
we know?
No. They are classified as a sweat within the guild, meaning they are a very good and I guess leveled fast player. But yeah, it was a tank. We were just on a boss, and it was kind of like a little bit of a brain lag on the healer and on the tank. He didn't shield swap. The healer didn't like nature swiftness fast enough, and
just a cacophony of errors.
Well, yeah, and it was over in like a second, and it's like boom, 200 hours lost, and that
reminds me of Soda's clip.
Yeah, the main tank was like, well, that sucks. Appreciate the runs, guys. I'm gonna go and take a break. And then the healer, it was kind of broken up, and kind of like you could hear the like tears in their voice, and they were streaming as well, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna go. I gotta go. I'll see you guys later. And so
was it the healer's error that caused him to die?
Was it
his fault?
It was the healer's.
It was the healer's response to the tank's error.
Yeah, well, the tank could have also pulled out a shield. He was tanking without a shield because that's common. But like he didn't do any of his things, and the healer didn't respond. It was just a little bit of brain lag on everyone. And so like both of them just leave within 20 seconds of the death, and me and the other 2 DPS are just sitting there, and no one's saying anything. And we're just kind of like... So I think I typed, I planned a mate, so I was like, you guys want to port somewhere?
So anyway,
yeah, it was.
I want to go get a beer or something.
It was really awkward. We all had like massive survivor guilt, just kind of like hanging out. We went and did another dungeon after that, and the vibes picked back up. But yeah, that was an odd one. That was the first time I got to experience that. And I hope I don't get to experience it at 60.
Hardcore WoW is just like, you're just setting yourself up to cry, basically. Like, there's no guarantee. Like, the best players to play the game have died.
Right, and this was a very
level.
good player, yeah. And I was with one of the like better players in the guild, in like the top 10 or top 15 of the guild, and they were just like, yeah, man, shit happens. Like,
how long does it take to get up to 60?
It's about 6 days played on average. A lot of people can do it in 4, so about 150 hours. I think he had around. I think the tank in question had around 200 or 250 hours played on the character, and it's gone.
Now, how does that work? Like, as far as he died, but no one else in the party died?
Yeah, so it was because the boss enraged.
Everyone, and everyone probably went damage control immediately, right?
The boss enraged at like 20%, and so like he died, and then like 2 seconds later the boss died, and we were fine.
Oh shit!
Yeah, even worse.
Yeah, it was just like the boss enrages and goes crazy, and he didn't pull out a shield. So a little bit of brain lag on all accustomed, but I guess, as they say, it happens. So there's a couple clips in chat if you guys want to see it. I wasn't streaming at the time, but my face was just, I didn't even know it happened, to be honest, until like someone started talking, like depressingly saying words. I just was like casting Frostbolt, and then the person died, and I was like, wait, what?
What's funny is that right there alone is like the danger of having a game like Hardcore WoW.
Yeah.
It's because you play it for so long and nothing happens. So you get like totally comfortable with nothing happening and not having to pay attention, and like that's wild. That's wild.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was definitely an odd situation. But apart from that, OnlyFans has been fantastic. The quote unquote content of it all has been a lot of fun, with Tyler One taking over as GM after Soda died, and like experiencing all that stuff, which I'm sure you've seen floating around the internet. And then I've been playing Marvel Rivals. I play about 5 or 6 hours of Rivals with a stripping friend group that we kind of situated up, and that's been a lot of fun as well. Haven't really streamed too much of that, but it's like it's a little bit reminiscent of like Overwatch days, early Overwatch days when like all the creators were playing, but maybe not as intense. We're not like raging like Ninja and Tim the Tapman have been. If you've seen those clips at all, and if you haven't, maybe go watch those because it's worth it. But yeah, it's been a good time. So I've been having a good break. Oh yeah, chat's wanting me to mention the Rolling Stone magazine. Rolling Stone magazine had a article on OnlyFans. If you're not aware of OnlyFans, but
Really?
Oh wow, okay.
yeah, they wrote an article on it.
That's interesting.
The opening of it actually.
Just watch that clip of the death.
Oh, the death. Yeah.
Fucking what a heartbreaker! Holy shit.
Yeah.
It's like the loot popped and then he dies like almost instantaneously.
Yeah. Yeah. It's rough. Yeah, Sequisha's in the opening of the Rolling Stones article because he cheated and had to delete his level 60 character.
He cheated by buying stuff off the vendor?
Yeah, so we can't use the auction house in the guild, and he got caught using the auction house, as he says, as storage. And me and Sequisha talk all the time. We played in group together. But essentially, because the goal for this go of OnlyFans is to not have what it became the first time around, which was like people buying gold and whatnot, and not using the auction house. Soda made him delete his level 60 character, just like
no kidding.
as punishment. So that's what.
Damn.
He just had to straight up delete it. And then it kind of got into a little bit drama, and he got put into the arena. And then we had a level 60 execute his character, and like all this crazy nonsense happened, but it's all for content. It's been a lot of fun, Ko. I will say you may have missed out this time around. Not playing. If we do another one, if there's OnlyFans 3, you should definitely
I would
play.
be baffled with as much success as this has been over the first one if Soda doesn't do a third one.
Yeah.
I mean, I would, yeah, and I'll probably jump in. I do have to say though that the amount that I've gotten done in the last, like, since WoW has been live has been vast, and I'm still a little behind. So like, there's
oh yeah, you would have been
no
super
way
behind.
I could have done it. Yeah, there's absolutely no way. But it's still, I've been watching from the periphery, and it's been very enjoyable.
Yeah,
sure.
Soda was saying that if there is an OnlyFans 3, the big idea would be to have 2 guilds, 1 alliance, 1 horde, and have them kind of go back and forth in terms of who would propel and go through the raids and whatever faster than the other, that type of stuff. So it could be kind of cool. There could be a lot more content on all of that stuff. So anyways, that's what I've been up to.
Are you still gearing up for like the big raid or whatever you were talking about the other day?
Yeah. We don't know when MC is going to happen yet because there's been so many fucking deaths. There's actually a guild meeting today that I'm missing, so hopefully Tyler 1 doesn't kick me.
Oh my!
Being there, this is his first guild meeting as the new GM.
You're done.
So we'll see how
You're
that goes.
done.
Yeah, we'll see how
You're
that
gonna
goes.
get executed in
Yeah,
the
like
arena.
Maybe.
The new boss, like, I'm coming in here to shake things up a bit.
Yeah. It's
Like, we're gonna cut all the fat. Anybody who's not at this meeting, gone.
Yeah,
Anyway,
dude.
you're all fired.
Yeah, I mean Tyler like put like mandatory dungeons per day. You have to do 2 dungeons a day, or you get G kicked. Like, don't role play around him, or you get G kicked. Like, because we have proximity chat. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. Just experiencing all of that and being a part of it. And the best part is just, I'm meeting so many new creators that I have no idea who or what they're about on the platform, and they've got thousands of views, and they're just on a completely different, side of Twitch that I've never ventured into. And it's awesome. Like, you have to communicate and work together and meet new people, and it's almost like what I think a lot of people do at TwitchCon, but without the social anxiety. So it's been fantastic. It's really the best way I could say. It's
Gamers in their natural environment.
Yeah.
Games bring people together, parents.
Yeah, they do. They do. And you know, WoW's the best at it, right? Like there's a reason why it was one of the biggest social things for 20 years, and now it's
Well, I mean, it's a
all
different
over.
day and age, man. I mean, like, you know, I was talking like peripherally to another parent about they have a young son, early teens,
Uh-huh.
and they're really concerned because like all he does is spend time playing games with his friends online.
Sure.
But the thing is that they like analyzed it and really looked into it for months, and I think even over a year at a time. They were like monitoring what he's talking about, monitoring what he's doing, because they're, you know, they're trying to be really good parents. Turns out he was just having like a normal kid social life online with his buddies.
Yeah.
And like they realized that if they were to take that from him, if they were to be like, yeah, stop gaming and go outside and do all that kind of stuff, they would literally take his only social connection. So it's yeah. And I think a lot of us kind of grew up in that without realizing it, and our parents not understanding what it was. So like here we are as adults, and that's how we function.
It's the exact same thing that I did, as a kid.
We were like one of the first generations of that kind of social life. So
Yeah. It was random experience. I'm in an area leveling. I go to like leave the area by getting on a Zeppelin. There's a random priest there in the guild, and I'm a mage, so I give her a bunch of water, and I'm like, and she says thank you over proximity voice, and I say thanks, good luck, stay safe. Get on the Zeppelin. I'm like, I have no idea who that was. I'm gonna look at the guild and see what their name is. They're a 26 million subscribed channel fitness YouTuber. And I'm just like,
you're sitting here going, wait, people do physical activity by choice?
yeah. I was so
And then they put it on YouTube?
So now everyone I interact that I've never met for the first time, I'm like, what the fuck is this person about? What do you do? Do you have 30 million subs or something? It's been awesome. It's been it's been an absolute blast.
Yeah, I have a 37 million YouTube. What I do, I just eat Indian food. That's it. I just eat Indian food and people watch, and it's awesome. Anyway, made 6 mil last month. Going great.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. And the other fun part about it is if you get 600 plus content creators on the internet, egos are egos, and everyone's got one, and there's a lot of clashing, which is fun to, eat popcorn and watch. So I'm having a blast with it. Yeah, the Riot CEO, Trendamir, by the way, I was grouped with him, and like he's in the guild. He gave away some PCs to random members of the guild that had bad PCs because he felt like it. So. And everyone's just constantly in guild chat asking him like, hey, the Riot MMO, can you do blah, blah, blah? And he'll respond. Like he actually has been giving responses. Jokingly,
there's going to be a whole news article about the stuff he's replied to in guild chat in OnlyFans.
A lot of them are facetious. Like he was like, yeah, I promise we're going to be up by 2050. I promise the MMO will be live by
Solid
2050.
Goal. Okay.
Yeah. It's been really fun. Yeah, that's right. Chat I'm getting all of the did you see comments in chat. There's a role player in the guild who's one of the better PvPers in the world, and he's role playing an old orc, and he actually made Trendamir meow on stream, and that's kind of like OnlyFans in a nutshell. Is the co-founder of Riot Games RPing as a cat is like kind of great. Anyways, with that, let's do our Game of the Year show. Let's not waste any more time. Let's jump into it. Barry has prepared this. Shout out to Barry. Shout out to the community all for voting. I'm sure
Thanks,
he will give
Barry.
me the rundown of everyone's numbers and whatnot like that. We've got the handy dandy stream deck back this time around. And for viewers, the numbers have been randomized, so you can't do what you've done in previous years and been like, oh, well, that 0, 1, 0,
Suss out the binary. Yeah, nice try.
Yeah. So we have, I don't know how many categories we've got. We're just going to kind of roll through them in the order that I was given them, and I think gave them to you. So let's begin. Favorite new IP. Video game, as Barry is denoted up there, in a game.
What else would we be talking about, though, really?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is there for, but it's okay. Zeke, why don't you start us off? Mr. White-suited, tied up, drop frames host, Ezekiel the Third.
Okay. Okay. Favorite new IP in a game. As you guys, if you've ever watched my channel before, or you know me, I got into the SCP kind of stuff within the past few years, and it's really fascinated me. And I look for any games that deal with stuff like that. And in that vein, I picked for my new favorite new IP. I picked Pacific Drive, because it's got lots of potential to like expand, to have like, you know, DLCs, Pacific Drive 2, like all kinds of different stuff within the SCP universe. I want to see where they go with it. And
Can you define SCP real quick for people that don't know?
Oh yeah. SCP is Secure, Contain, Protect, which is like X-Files stuff or supernatural stuff. Like
Control is very SCP.
Control is probably the biggest name in like SCP stuff, like items, places, people that have special properties, sometimes super duper world ending dangerous, and sometimes completely mundane and just funny. Whether it's like, you know, a rubber duck that appears everywhere for no reason, or, you know, these anomalies that appear in the, the northwest of the United States, where this game takes place in Seattle, Oregon. I think it's just like, or Oregon, Washington area.
Yeah.
So that's my favorite new IP. It has a lot of potential, and I hope they do more with it.
Yeah. Pacific Drive was a very cool game. I do think it sold well. It seems like it sold well, so I do hope they do more with that. It's also kind of the first of its kind, right? With like the survival situation, but you're a car or you're driving a car, and that's kind of the situation. Like,
Yeah.
I haven't really seen too much of that. So cool.
No,
idea.
it's very cool idea. Very very well fleshed out world that they came up with.
Yeah. Cool. Co, your favorite new IP, parenthesis, in a game.
So I'm gonna be honest with you. My favorite IP this year is not from a game I finished, but I'm actually, for many reasons, I'm excited about not only what it means, but I'm excited what it means on a grander scale.
Okay.
And the game that I picked for my favorite new IP, believe it or not, is Black Myth Wukong. And the reason I picked that is because not only is this potentially a foot in the door for a lot of very interesting Western media games to become successful or Eastern media, to become more successful in Western media, which Wukong showed could happen. But I also just really loved that even though I wasn't fully into the lore and story, it was very cool being like this, getting this glimpse into this massive tale that I'd never heard anything of before. And I like the idea of kind of in Lies of P style, like maybe seeing more stuff like this in the future. Also, huge shout out to the developers, because I quit this game. I quit Black Myth Wukong for some relatively specific reasons that they have since addressed. So there's a good chance that I may actually go back and either replay it someday or at least pick up from where I left off, because they added like in cornerstone features that players were asking for, not just like patched it in, like put in new mechanics. Specifically for people like me that were complaining about them. So yeah, shout out to them for that. And I have very high hopes for what we're going to see because of this game and its success.
Yep. Fantastic. I think...
Yeah, there's a map now, for those asking. They added a map. And one of the reasons I quit Black Myth Wukong is because I got what's called, I guess the best way to call it is side objective fatigue.
Itis.
Yeah, well, no, it's just, I got to the point where I wanted to do everything, but the game was not giving me the tools to do it in any kind of time-effective manner. And by my fourth time running around the map, seeing the same thing and not knowing where to go and having any idea what I'd done or not done, like, I just got to the point where I was like, this is more frustrating to me than it is that I'm having fun. Like, I need a map to play this game effectively, because it's not like Dark Souls, where you have, like, big waypoints and it's easy to maneuver around. Like, there was a whole lot of repeating terrain in Black Myth Wukong, a whole lot of very similar locations on large maps that didn't have a lot of waypoints. So without a map, it became very frustrating. So they added a map. I haven't even looked at it yet, but apparently they put a map in, a whole map system, and from what I've heard, it's pretty good. So yeah, that's awesome, and kudos to the devs.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I think Barry, now having seen these choices, was correct to put in a game there, especially for mine, because it's not a new IP, but as far as games go, it is. And it's maybe the first good Marvel game in a very, very, very long time when it comes to AAA stuff. Hopefully they don't do a Marvel Rivals 2 anytime soon. I hope they don't do. Are you listening?
Actually, that's coming out in June.
It didn't work well for Overwatch. How is a Marvel a new IP in a game? I mean, it's a new IP. I don't know what you guys want.
Actually, the IP isn't new at all. The game is what's new.
Yeah,
the IP is actually established and not new at all.
In a game.
Yeah, in a game, exactly.
Yeah, that's how it
we're good.
Just because there's familiar characters in a game doesn't mean the game itself isn't a new IP.
Yes. One of the funniest things that, on that note of it being a new IP, with Rivals, someone compared the skins from Marvel's Avengers to Marvel Rivals. If you want to have a really good laugh, go find that tweet thread.
Oh no.
Because it's really rough.
By the way, as someone in chat is pointing out, the story that Black Myth Wukong was not new IP either. So
yeah, it's one of the oldest stories in the world.
It's one of the oldest, literally one of the oldest IPs ever made. So yeah, we kind of have to have some liberties there.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have a game with like a historical figure in it of any kind, that means it can't be a new IP. That's like, taking it to an extreme, but that's what you're saying. Like,
we're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
So anyways, that's our favorite new game, favorite new IP. Let's see what the community voted for. I would, I don't know. Any guesses on what the community would vote for?
See, this one's tough because I think they're going to have the same issue we had with just defining what the options should be. Honestly, I have maybe metaphor. I bet you metaphor.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with Chad. Metaphor or Balatro.
Okay, let's see what it is. We're gonna hit toggle community, maybe show community. Barry, hit the thing. It doesn't work. Barry
can't even run his own show. Jesus Christ.
Okay, look, he'll just tell me the answer because the buttons don't work for community for some reason. It was actually metaphor. 20%. 20%.
Nice.
Voted for metaphor. Second place was Balatro oh wow, Balatro and Satisfactory tied.
Tied.
Wow.
8% of the vote went to Balatro and Satisfactory for second place.
Dude, the idea of a Satisfactory 2 just gave me a massive gamer boner. Oh my god, I never even thought about that. But
we'd have to wait like another decade.
It had to be a long time. Yeah. Oh
it's
god.
Weird to think that Satisfactory counts, but it does because,
of course, yeah.
Just because it's been around forever, it came out this year or last year.
There were 3 incredible games that have been in development for many, many years that came out in 2024. It was very cool.
Yeah.
There's that classic Barry overlay reload to fix the bug.
Yeah.
There it is.
There we go.
Hey, look at that. There it is.
Yeah. Fantastic. It makes sense. But yeah.
Lloyd Castle says, man, Balatro is very fun, but holy heck, the love it's getting is insanely weird. I feel the same way. I played Balatro for 6 hours and I was like, this is an okay game. I don't really understand the huge Balatro stuff either, but it's each their own and more power to the people that love it. But I was done with, I had a good time with it, but I was done with it after 5 or 6 hours. Don't need to play it again. We're good. I know what that game is and it's a pretty cool game, but I never would have guessed it would have had what it has now.
Yep.
Is Metaphor really a new IP? I mean, it reuses a lot of characters from Persona and SMT games. It does. It uses the Frosty guys and, those guys are in it. Come on now.
Yeah, look.
It's basically a Persona game, right? I mean, it's basically a Persona game.
In an industry where sequels are the only kind of sure thing, you have to stretch what a new IP is a little bit. I think that's just how it goes. I think that's
I was just pushing back. I liked your choices for new IPs. I didn't mind those choices at all. I was pushing back against people who didn't like it.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Everyone's got an opinion.
Let's just move on. Reskin Persona game.
Right.
I like that.
It is. Favorite multiplayer? I am so curious for the two of you is. Oh, actually, never mind.
I think this is going to be pretty easy this year, to be honest.
I know what this is. Now I just thought about it because I was like, what multiplayer games do you guys... Oh! Yeah, please tell me. Ko, why don't you start and maybe I'll reveal Zeke's at the same time? I don't know. Go ahead, Ko.
Helldivers 2.
Okay.
Probably Helldivers 2. Probably... Oh, no, not Helldivers. Probably Marvel Rivals?
Okay.
That's my guess right now.
I'll give you mine.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, good.
Yeah. Now I'm curious.
Okay, hold on. No, wait. Now we got to think about
what
Zeke multiplayer games. Now we have to remember that he does the indie stuff. So I'm starting to wonder if was there like a good. No, okay, we got a head nod on that, so not that. It's not Helldivers 2. So indie adjacent? Are we gonna really start saying that?
I mean, technically it is an indie game, but like,
not Space Marine 2.
Viola's got it in JP's chat.
Oh.
Oh,
it's Balatro. Is it Balatro?
No,
it's not.
It is.
It's got to be Concord.
Use your words.
Oh,
that makes sense. You did play a lot of that this year. Yeah.
Yes, I love it. I love these games, and I played the shit out of the first one, and they were like, "We're kickstarting another one." I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And I kickstarted it. Put my money in it, and I have a joke in the game. Because
hey, how fun
of Kickstarter backing I did.
Nice.
And it's just like I enjoyed my time with Helldivers 2. I did. But this is I'm improv background. Like this is my kind of game, dude. I play this all the time. Like at the end of the day, if I have 45 minutes to kill, I beat the game or don't want to play anymore. This is perfect. Just play a game of this, relax, wind down the day. Everybody laughs, everybody has fun. And yeah. Definitely my favorite multiplayer because I also get to play with chat, which is great.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense.
I like it.
Probably not the last time we'll be seeing either of Ko and I's game, but it is Helldivers 2 is it's kind of crazy how big that game was, I think, for the industry. It was one of those like come together games where everyone was fucking playing it from all different types of
it was very special.
Industries, yeah.
It was a very special time. Yeah, it's one of those games that just like you said, it brought together so many people from so many different walks of life just to play the phenomenon. And also, I can't tell you how awesome it is when a game starts like a snowball down the hill, like starts making its own memes and its own entertainment. And you start seeing like people making funny fan art about democracy and funny short videos. And you're scrolling through TikTok and there's funny animated shorts of Helldivers. And it's just like that is a giant, almost Baldur's Gate 3 style echo chamber where it just adds to the experience. It transcends the game and becomes a community event.
Yeah.
And that's what Helldivers 2 was on release. And it really sucks that Sony kind of shot it in the foot because it could have been so much bigger.
I haven't played it. I think you might have played it, Ko, but the most recent update seems like it's kind of back. Like still Sony shooting themselves in the foot exists. You still have to have a PlayStation, blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
but like
I did a sponsor. Yeah. I did a sponsor stream for it a little bit ago and went back in and played it. And it was great, dude. There's big stompy mechs now and like everything was working fine and had a great time. I think was playing with like Sack and Summit and those guys. And yeah, man, it's still Helldivers and it's still chugging along.
Yeah. I really want to see what they do for that game in the future. Like what they add to it. If they go bigger with the mechs, with the items, with any of that. We'll see for sure this next year.
It's going to be interesting if they put in some kind of absolutely batshit crazy PvP mode.
Yeah. That'd be cool.
Like, oh man. There's so many fun things they can do with that game. It's going to be wild to see what they do.
Yeah. Also, guys, I don't know if you saw the news, but we have to state, per the game's director, Helldivers 2 is not a political video game, guys. Okay? It's not a political game. Okay?
Yeah. No, I get it.
I hate that has to be said.
All right.
Like it's so wildly satirical. That's like the same people that are like, okay, listen, Warhammer 40K, guys, it's not real. Okay? It's not real. It's made up. It's a story. Cool? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Anyways, for democracy, let's see what the community voted. I think it's going to be Helldivers. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
For liberty.
Yeah.
Get him, community.
Oh,
Liberty.
We did
Love it.
We did it. 35% of the vote going to Helldivers 2.
Super Earth reigns supreme.
I wouldn't actually consider it, but I guess it totally is. Path of Exile 2 was it was tied. A lot of ties this year. Path of Exile 2 was tied with Marvel Rivals at 10% of the vote. So
I see it.
there you go.
Path of Exile 2 doesn't count.
What? What was that?
Said Path of Exile 2 doesn't count.
How so?
Why?
Because it's not in 1.0.
Oh, it's not out, technically. Yeah. No, he's right. He's actually technically right.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's early access.
It's right.
It's all right.
But you know what? Chat is by default wrong. So everything is right in the world.
Yeah.
No, seriously. I put some time into PoE 2, and I'm just going to tell you, like, it would have been on my top 10 if it was 1.0.
Wait, hold on. How many hours are we talking? See, what are we?
Not a ton. Not a ton. 55.
That is actually
That's
lot.
a good amount.
Wow.
Damn, dude.
Damn.
Wait, what was your favorite class?
Yeah,
we have so many. We have so many questions. Hold on. Show's on pause. Game of the Year show's on pause. Hold on. So really? How did you like it? 55 hours is not a try. Like, you clearly were enjoying your time.
No,
what was your favorite class and build and stuff?
My favorite, I did one. I did one, and I went all the way through it. I didn't look up a single build, didn't look up a single tip. I looked up mechanical shit or shit I didn't understand. Like, the description of an item, and I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me, this sentence. So I would look that up to see what it meant. But as far as, like, looking up builds and shit, I didn't do any of that for the first, like, 50 hours. Because I wanted to see if it was viable for someone who's just like, okay, that looks like something I'd want. That looks like something I'd want. And I did Lightning Mage or Sorcerer or whatever it is.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Awesome.
And I started, you're right. I did start 3 times. I started once with like minions and I was like, I don't like this, it's boring. And then I started the second time with fire. And I'm like, it's not powerful enough. And then I got to lightning. I'm like, oh, this is my shit. This is good. This is good. And I tested out those ones. I got to lightning. I was like, lightning will clear a room. Awesome. And I did arc. I was just doing like powered up arc shit the whole way through. Got all the way through all 3 act bosses, or all act, 3 act bosses.
Yeah.
And then when I did that, I went to the new like tough act
Cruel.
one.
Yeah, cruel.
Yeah, exact cruel. There you go. And I looked up a build and I'm like, whoa, I was way off. Holy shit. And I started doing that and I was just like, fucking whoa. And I like switched to shock and I'm just like clearing rooms, just like, oh yeah, this is so much easier. I mean, because I died like probably 30 times.
Yeah.
At least. No. 30 times in the overworld. I probably died like 60 times just on bosses.
Sure.
But
pretty normal.
Yeah, so I went all the way through it without looking up a build. I had a blast. And then it got to the Cruel Act 1 and I played for about 5 hours and I went, I don't want to do this. I want to wait until there's new shit. I don't want to do the same shit I've seen. I want to do the new shit. So put it away. And I'm ready for it to come out.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Thank you for that, Zeke.
Yeah.
Okay, for anyone tuning in, we are back to the Game of the Year show. Awesome.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Dude, that's fantastic.
I'm glad that
Do you want
you're
to
enjoying
last quick question? Did that make you want to go back and like try other classes and builds and stuff?
Not yet. No.
Okay, cool. There you go.
Okay.
Good answer.
Yeah. Starting off 2025, wild. That's wild to me. I can't believe it.
That's
can't
crazy.
believe it. Yeah.
No, it's not only is it like power fantasy, but it's gorgeous. Like I didn't give it enough credit for being a beautiful looking game.
Yeah, PoE 2 is very pretty, without question. Without question. Favorite writing. Zeke, we'll have you go first this time around.
Okay. This one is always tough for me because writing is something that's super important to me personally. And I get to see a lot of games with a lot of different writing styles. And I had to, weigh a few games, but the one with the writing that stuck with me the most, no question, mouthwashing.
I'm glad you put this on there. I have, yeah. Okay. I read the
Nice.
I read the description of this game in full, just to experience what everyone else was experiencing.
The game, the writing in the game, like, I don't usually go in for games with PS1 style graphics, and this one definitely has PS1 style graphics. Not a huge fan of that aesthetic. However, the writing in the game was well done, surprising, chilling, made you just hate certain characters in the game, made you like throughout. And it was only, I mean, I don't know how long the game was. I want to say like less than 3 hours.
Yeah, it wasn't very long. At least the narrative that I read wasn't very long.
Yeah, it was less than 3 hours. 2.8 hours is what I had to go through the entire game.
Got it.
And like in that 3 hours, you love a character, you hate that same character later. You turn around on a different character. You figure out like what the fuck is actually happening here. And it is like super well done. And it's one of those games that if you play it, I suggest you do. I definitely recommend it. It's only 3 hours. It leaves you with that, like, it leaves us like a stain on you. You know, it's like you remember it afterwards and you think about it afterwards. And you're like, oh, and you make like, I made like icky faces. I'm like, oh, that motherfucker, you know, like shit like that after you walk away from it. It's just, it was a surprise. Because it was just an indie day suggestion. Someone was like, try mouthwashing. I'm like, all right. And then I played it. I think I played a demo. And then I was like, this game has something special. And then I came back when it was in 1.0, I think, and played the whole way through. Man, worth it. Absolutely worth it. Haunting. Very good.
Yep. Fantastic.
Very cool.
Glad that it was on your list. I'll go next. This one, much like Zeke, but for completely different reasons, was probably the hardest category for me. And it's mostly because I don't play a lot of games with like fleshed out narratives. On my like completed list this year of games with fleshed out narratives.
Hold on, let me guess.
Was Dragon Age, which is not my favorite writing, but that's one of the games I played with a very long narrative. And like 2 others. Zeke, what's your guess?
I'm going to guess you picked Rat Shaker.
No, but
I'm gonna guess Marvel
Snubbed!
Rivals.
it is
I get
actually Metaphor.
There it is.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
There you
like,
go.
it's got to be Metaphor.
Refantasia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I actually, for what it's worth, I've been on stream and have actually expressed my more than like my dislike of the actual writing in Metaphor. But from all the games that I completed, there were like standout narratives, characters, little story threads throughout the game that I was like, no, that stuck with me. Like
I
that's good.
absolutely do not blame your choice at all.
Yeah.
It was definitely in the running for me as well. It's just the hammer that they choose to pound you on the head with at times.
Yep.
Was like, that's a little much.
Yep, I'm right there with you. Yeah, and like I said, it was this. The top 2 was this or Dragon Age, and I felt like if I chose Dragon Age, a sniper would actually take me out that Ko is hired from probably 2 miles away.
Well, not that I've hired. I don't care. Well, gamers do.
I know. Well, Ko/gamers. Okay, Gamer/Ko.
Code does not care enough about your urges to hire a sniper. No offense.
No, okay.
I don't care about anyone how much they care about a game to do that.
Okay.
But there are some very opinionated, angry gamers.
That's true.
Yeah.
Capital G Gamers would have hired.
There we go. Okay, there we go.
Sniper. There we go. Ko, what was your favorite writing of 2024?
So this is interesting. This one was tough for me. And I do, unlike you, I play a lot of narrative heavy games. Just had a great one named Indiana. We had played Yakuza, the new Yakuza game earlier this year. For me, though, one of the things about this category is which game did I play that I remember having the most like reactions to the writing? Not necessarily consistent good writing, because I played a lot of games that had consistently good writing this year. But which ones had like the most writing that made me laugh or my jaw drop or had the most like events that happened? I cannot believe I am saying this. My favorite writing in 2024 was Stalker 2. And I am baffled that this is a timeline where I can say that in, considering the first 3 games like barely even had a cogent narrative. So, man, I tell you, like the amount of times that I'd be listening in on a conversation and hear something awesome, or do a quest that actually had well-written immersive dialogue, or done a main story and something happened that made me actually be like, holy shit, or gotten to a location, like read through the writing and notes about what it was and be like, oh, this is such a cool area. Like, it's not just the writing in Stalker 2 that's incredible, it's the whole package, how everything ties together, how everything has its place, how everything's fleshed out. The amount of lore in Stalker 2 is arguably more than the first 3 combined. And it's crazy how much they answer. So this is absolutely from a Stalker fan, but you know, I played a lot of games this year, and that's the one that had the most kind of like interesting, cool stuff for me in terms of dialogue and writing.
Sure. I think if you were to ever
very, very close second to Indiana Jones, though. I gotta say, I waffled.
I was gonna ask where it was for you.
Yeah. The thing about Indiana Jones, though, is I had to say that I loved the writing in Indiana Jones, and I definitely was surprised a little bit. But one of the reasons I loved Indiana Jones' writing was because of how amazingly poignant it was to what Indiana Jones is. Like, there was probably 7 or 8 times in that game where I was like, they're gonna say this next, and then they'd say that next, and I'd be like, oh, that's awesome. But from like a dialogue and writing perspective, that's just kind of them like doing what they needed to do in a way, like, and which is a little weird, I know to say, but it was very close. I actually put Indiana Jones down first, and then after thinking about it more, was like, I think Stalker 2 edged out a little bit for me. So, and then Yakuza was a kind of a close third for me, because that writing was great too.
Sure. Yeah. I think if anyone was ever to ask like, hey, what's that drop frame show all about? Who are the 3 hosts? I would just send them this image, because it's pretty much like on point for what the 3 of us are all about. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Favorite writing for the community. Metaphor. I'm gonna guess Metaphor. I'm gonna think Metaphor probably took it. Let's see.
I think that's probably a pretty easy one.
Metaphor. Yeah, that makes sense. Not that much. It was 24% for Metaphor. Indiana Jones took second with 10%, and then Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at 9%. So, yeah, that is the community's
kind of hard. I mean, I looked at Rebirth. It's kind of hard to give like a favorite writing award to a remake. A lot, like, I feel like it's a story that's already been told. Like, I get it, and there is absolutely new dialogue and stuff in it, no question. But I don't know, that I thought about that one, and I was like, I don't really feel like I could put that in this category.
Sure,
it's just a little, I don't know, it's a little weird.
It feels weird, and people are like I brought this up a little while ago as far as like remakes being best this or best that. It's like, you had a framework to go on. Sure, you made it different, but you had a framework to go on. So it feels weird to give you an award for like something that you built off of. And they're like, what about games based on books? It's like, totally different thing. This is games based on another game. This is the same exact medium.
And I mean, there's a big argument though that it's called Final Fantasy VII Remake, but it's not really a remake. It is a new game just based on an old game. So it's more of a sequel than I don't know. But TLDR, there was enough like the previous one where I felt it wasn't quite enough to give it its own thing.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Fair enough.
Makes sense. Next category, favorite art style. Okay, sorry, I had to look at my list. I'll go first. I don't think it's gonna shock anyone. I almost put Rivals in here, to be honest, because they actually crushed it with the design of that game when it comes to the heroes and everything like that. But I mean, it's got to go. It's got to go to Metaphor. That game, Atlas has always oozed style. It's what that company does. It's what those games are known for. I still think Persona does it better as an IP, but Metaphor is a different, a different thing entirely. And they still knocked it out of the park. Those menus and UI is absolutely gorgeous. And the art from pretty much every sequence of that game is absolutely gorgeous. So it was a very, very easy pick, I think. It came top of mind very fast for favorite art style. And that's why I gave it to Metaphor. So Zeke, what'd you use? Choose.
Well, this was a weird one for me because it's a game that blew me away visually. Absolutely stunning visually. But I bounced the fuck off of the gameplay like after 5 hours. But it's still like stuck with me. Like, this game might be the most gorgeous game I've ever seen. Gotta give it to Black Myth Wukong.
Okay. Yeah.
It is graphically one of the most stunning games I've ever seen.
Sure.
And it, like, I walked away going, man, I wish I liked it better. I really did, because I did not play it for very long. But I walked around in even just that first area and seeing screenshots or clips or anything like that. Like, goddamn, they did a good job. Holy fuck.
It's a very pretty game. You can't deny that at all.
Nope.
Favorite art style?
Again, a game I didn't finish, but I mean, this is the kind of thing where you don't need to play this game very long to immediately absorb all of the effort, style, and nuance that they put into everything in the game, frankly. Mine was Metaphor as well. It doesn't take long at all in the game to see what amazing quality that game has to offer in terms of UI, interface, presentation. All the voice work is phenomenal. Like it's, the whole package is great. The art style and design, most importantly, being the biggest part of it, in my opinion. But game is freaking gorgeous, man. And again, I can't get over how you can look at like 3 frames from that and immediately be like, oh, it's an Atlas game.
Sure. Yeah.
Like that's how different they are. That's how much more they do than other, like, oh, it's an Atlas game. So
yeah. I agree.
Community for those of you wondering, like, like, it was a tough choice for me. Like, it was like the narrowest of margins from Astrobot.
My narrow margin was Space Marine 2.
God, yeah, cool. Space Marine 2.
Space Marine 2, like
gorgeous.
if this category was favorite graphics, it probably would have been Space Marine 2 for me.
Yeah.
Like the amount of and funny enough, for kind of the same reasons as Metaphor, like the amount of love and the amount of passion that is in the Space Marine 2, especially the vistas. Like when you get to an area and there's like a battle going on or a giant ship in the background or some kind of centerpiece going on, like Space Marine 2 is the new standard in terms of what you can do and the emotions you can elicit, in my opinion, for people that like that kind of stuff. It was completely next level.
Yeah, I mean, they delivered the Warhammer fantasy in video games.
Art.
Yeah.
It's Warhammer 40K artworks.
Like that. It is a 1-to-1 of that entire fandom, I think, wanted from an art perspective and a graphics perspective. And it also just ran very well. So I agree with you, Ko. If it was favorite graphics style or favorite best graphics 2024, yeah, it would have gone to Space Marine for me. Community wise, I'm gonna go with they obviously put Stellar Blade, right? We got a bunch of gooners watching this.
It better be. It shouldn't even be Stellar Blade. It should be the butt of Stellar Blade.
The butt of Stellar Blade.
The butt of Stellar Blade is the favorite art style of 2024.
Yeah.
Metaphor.
Probably Metaphor. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Guys, we're come on, man.
But if it was favorite ass style of 2024,
that's a later category, right?
That's
okay.
We're adding it
favorite
as a new
ass
category.
of 2024. That's not Zeke, obviously.
Since we're talking about it, I'll bring it up now.
Yeah.
It didn't win, but in my categories, but I will say, no kidding, I almost put as my favorite character of the year, Eve's butt. I almost put that. I'm not even kidding.
I think that's very valid.
It stand out without a doubt. Metaphor took 23%, Black Myth Wukong at 6%, and Astrobot at 5%. So with those second and third place actually being so low percentage based, seems like it was actually a lot of different games came in here for favorite art style. But Metaphor 23%. There's a lot of weebs in these parts, so be careful out there.
Oh, sorry. I what got second? I forgot. Or I didn't hear you.
Black Myth Wukong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah.
And then Astrobot right after that. Next category: favorite music. Ko, you went last time.
I'll go first
this time. Oh, Zeke wants to go first. He's excited. I like the excitement. Go ahead.
Anybody who's talked to me knows what my choice is because I play it all the time. Astrobot.
Okay. All right.
Cool.
Astrobot.
I mean, the better one is the Tree of Funk. He liked that.
Oh yeah, the Papa Tree. I'm the Papa Tree.
Yeah.
I'm the Papa Tree. Oh, absolutely.
Papa Tree does kind of fuck. He does kind of fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and this tells everybody what does Final Fantasy technically have better music? Always. Yes. But do I like it as much? No. I'm more pop for sure. This will let you know pop music more for me. Definitely. 100%. These soaring scores of music with a full orchestra. I'm I can recognize how good that is, but did I bop to it? Fuck no.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I get it.
On that note, I do recognize how good that music is. It's Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Okay.
So I mean that's where that is. Okay. Anyway.
There you go.
But yeah, and for the record, this game has good pop too. Come on now.
Yeah, I know.
How dare.
I was just making a point.
How do you
Okay,
forget
no,
about the bow
I totally-
wow wow?
Totally know what you mean. No, for me, the thing that pushed over the edge is not only is there good music in Rebirth, dude, there is all music in Rebirth. They that's the incredible thing about the Final Fantasy musics so far, and especially the folks who make them. They're so good at so many different genres. You get really serious classical giant orchestra setups. You get bow wow wow. You get dubstep. You get pop. You get rapping. You get it's literally all over the place, and all of it is 100% listenable, even if it's not your thing. They do a good job of making all of their music very palpable. There's not giant tones that make you kind of do this in some other games where it's just that's just not really working. Everything they do in the game fits and works, and it fits the scene, and it fits the emotions that are being projected. It's such a well done aspect of the game. It's not only good music, it's very well implemented music, and that goes a long way too.
Sure. Yeah.
I want to just make a point of order. I never played that shit, so I was I picked the game out of the hat that I thought people would vote for.
Oh, you picked the wrong game, motherfucker.
That's the
Apparently,
wrong
goddamn shit.
You fucked up, man. You just, yeah. You've doomed us all. You've doomed us all. For me, I think
Zeke up's here Taylor Swift, Taylor shit, man. That girl's terrible. Does anyone actually listen to her?
Funny enough, they hired the same sniper who's somehow gone across the country
There we go.
that fast.
I'm right here, man.
Zeke's gone.
I'm right here.
Yeah, Zeke's gone.
Say goodnight to the bad guy.
For my favorite music of the year, I didn't know that I broke the rules, guys. I didn't know that I broke the rules until I just checked.
Oh, you didn't do Path of Exile 2?
No, I didn't do Path of Exile 2. My community will know, as my voice cracks, my community will very much recognize the song that I chose, and the soundtrack is completed. At least they're selling it. So I think that means that it's completed, so I don't feel too bad about my my choice. My choice for best music of the year was The Rogue Prince of Persia,
Oh, right on. Yeah, I remember you talking about this.
who is by Danny Asadi. Or
Okay.
Asadi. I
That's
listen
neat.
to that soundtrack probably 2 to 3 times a week, and not on stream. Just hey, I'm going for a walk with the dog. Let me pop the soundtrack in. Hey, I'm gonna go drive. Oh yeah, that's right. This is automatically playing because it's already playing on my. Yeah, it's all over the place. If you haven't listened to it, definitely check it out. It's got some interesting music to it for sure. And if you have played the game is in early access. I think they went back and changed the entire art style. Did you see that, Code? They went and changed how the game looks because so many people were upset with how the game looked.
Really?
And that was
Interesting.
kind of crazy to see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the music is absolutely godlike. It's on Spotify if you want to just have a taste of it, but it's very, 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 very good. So that was my favorite music that I broke the rules of that I didn't know of the year. Community-wise, this one, I think probably Final Fantasy, but it could also be Astrobot. I don't know. You guys feeling strong?
No, the Rebellion is on. So
The
I think it's Final Fantasy. I think it's Final Fantasy.
It could also be Metaphor. People really like that monk.
Yeah, but Pretty good.
I'm going to hit show. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh,
How close was Metaphor?
that's what I was about to say. Rebirth took 20% of the vote. Metaphor took 17% of the vote. So very close.
Close, very close.
Closer than I thought. Yeah.
Very close, yeah. Astrobot was 9% of the vote in third place. So community definitely choosing similar to Ko and Zeke there. Next category, what do we got? Favorite sound design. What did I put? Okay, now this one, I'll go first because this one I think. What about for you guys? Was this a harder choice, or did you know right out of the gate?
I knew immediately.
Okay, I know what Ko's is then. Zeke, Zeke, for you, did you know right out of the gate?
I had to think about it a little bit. I did. I had to go like, oh man, there's so many games with such great sound design. But what's the sound design that I remember and enjoyed? So yeah, it took me a minute.
Got it. For me, it was what game like transported me immediately to the vibe that the game was trying to give. And I didn't finish this game, but I remember one, absolutely loving the like songs that are in it, but two, and that's not sound design, but two, when you're just like playing the game, everything else stops and you're just like stuck and immediately transported into that world. I need to go back and finish it, but Pacific Drive had fantastic
Good tip.
sound design. You get out in that world and it gets a little weird. It gets a little strange.
Good. That's a good one. That was on my list to consider, actually.
Yeah, it's very good. It's very good.
Yeah.
That's mine, Zeke. What's yours? I think I know it now. I have to read the chat, but yeah, go ahead.
Take a guess.
I'm gonna go with Silent Hill 2.
It's definitely up there, man.
Okay.
It really is. Like all the horror, like a good horror game means good sound design. It has to. Like it's part of. It goes hand in hand with a good horror game.
Yeah.
And I was like, I actually typed out Silent Hill 2. I'm like, it's got to be Silent Hill 2. And then I sat there and I thought about it and I went through all my games that I had played, which is over like fucking 300 this year.
You play a lot.
And I was like, oh shit, it's not. Because what is the game that had the most, like, I looked forward to the noises and sounds and how satisfying they were. My favorite sound design choice, Balatro.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm not kidding.
I'm so glad I didn't say that as a joke like 2 seconds before you said that.
No. I am not fucking kidding. That's the sound design of that game was probably 30% of why I kept playing it. Because it's like, broop, 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 broop. Everything's so satisfying. Gambler. I am a gambler.
Yeah.
Those sounds are ingrained in my brain. And I'm like, oh, it's making the nice sound. Broop, bleep, broop, bop, bleep, brop, beep-a-doo, boop, bap. And I'm not kidding. Like, I was like, Silent Hill 2 has great sound design. It is atmospheric. It's eerie. But that shit is me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, definitely my choice. And it was a tough one. But I had to go with, like, what stuck with me and what sounds in a game that I look forward to hearing.
It makes sense. I mean, if anything,
Yeah.
it just sounds like a gambling hall when you hear Balatro. Code.
Yeah.
Favorite sound
So
design.
mine came down to two. And, but of course I had to pick one. So the one I ended up not picking was Space Marine 2. And the reason being is because they did such a phenomenal job at making the footsteps, the sounds of the weapons, the sounds of the enemies, the sounds of the carnage. Like that is a game you could live in. And I think you said it best. It's one of those games where like the second you start fighting, the second you start hearing like the as you're like just moving forward, you immediately get sucked in. You get immersed in that world, which was great. But another game did it better.
Yeah.
And this game not only nailed like all of the sounds, but had some of the best environmental sound work I have ever heard in a video game, and that is Stalker 2. It was the immersive elements of Stalker 2. You're going to hear a theme this show. The immersive elements of Stalker 2 are second to none. In terms of like the way that they introduce sound to you, the way that it's used in the game. You know, there was this one specific sound of tripping a grenade on a trap, and you just like it became like this triggering sound to like, oh man, it was amazing. So yeah, Stalker 2 nailed it. That was one of the best parts, was the sound work, and especially like during storms and running around during storms, like just amazing.
Yeah, and in the brief amount of time that I played it, it was very evocative and very much transported you to that world. So I could totally see that. Totally makes a lot of sense for me. Community-wise, what do you guys think? This one?
Astrobot.
Silent Hill.
I think
Silent Hill.
You know what? Silent Hill would be a good one.
Silent Hill probably took it. I could maybe see Astrobot. I don't think Metaphor would take sound design. I don't think Helldivers would take it.
Maybe Final? No. No. Let's see. I'm interested now.
It's got to be Silent Hill. Nope, it was Astrobot.
Ooh.
Okay. I mean,
I totally see that. Totally see that.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. So, Barry with some very interesting statistics here. Astrobot won by 20 votes at 11% over Silent Hill 2 and Senua Saga's Hellblade 2.
Hellblade,
Silent
Hellblade
Hill 2 and Senua Saga's Hellblade 2 had 1 vote between one another on the overall
Get him, chat.
category.
Man, I feel bad. I didn't even play that game.
For Senua 2? Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of came out and
Came out at a weird time. I don't know.
I considered it. It was definitely on my list of like sound design choices. It was too much for me.
You know, it's kind of funny. That is one of the reasons I didn't play it. Was because when I played the first one, by the end of the first one, I was kind of tired of the gimmick. Like I was reminding myself like about the second one, like, do I want to do like 5 hours of that again? And I kept telling myself like, not really. Like it's cool, but I wouldn't say like it's super enjoyable, if that makes sense. Like I don't know. It's not a super attractive thing for me personally, the way they do it. It's super fun and interesting, but it's a little weird.
Yep. I get it.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Next category.
I like how Blaze said in my chat, it's cool once. It's one of those things. It's like, it's cool like 1 or 2 times.
I mean, I think you could apply what you said to just the whole game in general. Like, it's just a lot. Like, if you're not wanting that experience, you're not going to want that experience. It's just a lot. Favorite character? Cole, we'll have you go first.
This one for me, like this one is a bit of a foundation one. No, it's not from Stalker 2. Don't worry. This is a foundation one. This is a character that I love. I loved revisiting everything with him. I loved every minute I spent with him, and I can't wait to do more with him in the future. My favorite character of this year of 2024 is Ichiban Kasuga.
Oh, okay.
Itchy!
I loved my time with him. I loved everything about the game. I can't wait to do more with him. And frankly, like every time I have a chance to spend time with him in a game, it's just fun, enjoyable, and great. So yeah, I think I was very comfortable with that.
Yeah, makes sense.
You actually surprised me with that one. You surprised your chat too. People were like, Titus.
That was a tough one. I still wanted to get a bulldog and name him Titus. So like that was a tough one. Titus is super cool. Less than one-dimensional character. He's a super cool character, but I mean I feel the same way about Titus as I do about Kiryu, funny enough, where he is more of a representation of ideals than a character himself. He's a super cool character, but like, you know exactly how they're going to react to every situation because that's just how good of a character they are. That's why I like Ichiban, is because he takes that Kiryu formula, but he turned it on its head by introducing like all this weird, unknown emotional jazz that Kiryu didn't have. And that's honestly one of the reasons I think they brought in Ichiban as the new main character, is because they realized we've kind of gone as far as we can with Kiryu. Everyone knows who this character is. They know exactly how he's going to react to every situation. We need a curveball. That's Ichiban. And that's one of the reasons I like him. He has like the foundation of a Kiryu character, but he has all that weird emo jazz of someone relatively unhinged.
Sure. For those, are you talking about Final Fantasy X main character? Who the hell's Titus? Who is that? What?
Titus, man, the lead character of SM2, Space Marine 2. Titus.
Why did I think his name was something else?
I
literally
like
have a statue,
Titus.
the same one that
Titus.
you have.
There we go. Yeah.
Downstairs of him, and I.
Brother!
Sorry.
Who is Titus? I think I smell a little heresy in this show today.
That's heresy. I need to go talk.
Yeah, I don't know about this, man.
Oh, maybe you're thinking of tight ass Eve from
That's
Celebrate.
what. That's probably. That was a character.
That. Yes.
That was a character.
I'm not even kidding. That was second on my list.
Dude, that was an awesome character.
Yeah. You didn't choose that, so now I'm very interested to know what you did choose, Zeke. What beat out
probably
that
won't
ass?
guess it.
You what? I probably won't guess it.
Probably won't guess it. Oh, is it my turn? Am I going?
Let's go.
It's
Let's
your
go.
turn. Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna guess it then. I don't know who it could
I
be.
hope it's a side character, an Astrobot,
Oh, my top three.
or a
My
Balatro
top
deck.
three, in no particular order, was Astrobot,
Okay.
Eve's ass,
Okay.
and the station wagon from Pacific Drive.
Okay.
That was my favorite character. I look forward to seeing it every time. It had its own personality. It was great. It would do random shit. I
Okay.
went through, I was like, okay, characters. There's a bunch of characters this year. Which one did I fall in love with without ever having to do anything or say anything? I fell in love with this fucking station wagon. I am not kidding you. Like, it was your home. It was your mobile arm, like your armament, your tank. It sang to you. It also had quirks.
The
It had
quirks
like
were pretty cool.
personality. It would open the trunk when you did this. It would turn off the lights. It would do this and that. And you'd have to like soothe it back into like.
And very much
you'd
like
have to
your
repair
partner,
it and take care
when they
of it. It was
had
like a
weird
pet.
behavioral things, you could fix them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
Oh
true.
my God.
Yay.
Did I just have a breakthrough? No, I absolutely loved it. No, Astrobot was adorable and cute and all that shit. But like the fucking it was so weird when I went through it. I was like, is there any character in like, because I went through all the games and I'm like, is there any character that really stood out that surprised me and how much I fell in love with it? Station wagon. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. That became like a companion. It's like dog meat, you know, or roach or something like that. You know, it's like, I love this thing. This thing is part of me. We are part and parcel together through this adventure. And it's not just a thing on four wheels. It has a personality. It rejects you sometimes. It gets like these anomalies that are like, I'm going to drive away from you, or I'm going to fucking lock the doors. I'm going to pop the hood and shit like that. You're like, baby, stop. Stop. I'll take you back. I'll take care of you.
You're
promise.
bartering with the car just to get back.
I know,
that's
exactly.
true. I mean, that's true. I understand everything you're saying. I get it.
Yeah. And I'm like, I just want to let you guys know, like, I'm not making these choices just to be different. I really am not. I hope, I mean, you might think I'm doing it, just be like, oh, Zeke's a surprise.
Zeke pops his collar up. I'm just different by design, baby.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not. I'm just saying, like, it was when I fell upon that, I was like, yeah, that's absolutely my favorite character of the year.
Yeah, I get it. I like the explanation. You probably sold some people on it as well. And I had forgotten about the whole quirk system and all of that. And the fact that, like Co mentioned, you could fix the car. All great points for the station wagon to be your favorite character.
By the way, I do have to add in an honorable mention. I see some people in chat mentioning it, and I do need to say that Voss from Indiana Jones is arguably, if there was a favorite villain category, that would have
been number one. Okay.
Oh God, dude. Talk about in like movie level incredible classic villain.
Yeah.
Beginning to end. Everything he did in the game was immaculate. The guy that played
100%.
Voss was incredible. Incredible.
Yeah.
Karate.
Wait, is that an actual line?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you gotta play
God,
the
I
game.
gotta
It's
fucking
so
love it.
good.
You didn't roll your
It's
R's enough.
so
Go
good.
Karate.
Karate.
What the
There you go.
And you have to say it in a German accent. Oh my God, it's so good.
What the
I don't want
hell?
to spoil it. You'll
Okay.
play the game.
Yeah.
Play the
Yeah.
game, JP.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw a bunch
Two
of people.
M's and two S's. Sorry.
I saw a bunch of people in my chat already say it. If you watched any of my playthrough of the game, you knew that I was a simp for this character. Anytime he showed up, I was immediately invested, and I do think his story is probably the best story in the game overall. with a lot of, I think, standout side characters in it. It's Heismay from Metaphor, #1 character.
Oh, good fucking choice, bro.
Oh,
Yeah, Heismay is
Dude.
I'm not gonna lie. I for a fraction of a second I was like, is he actually gonna say like a Dragon Age side character for a second?
I actually almost put Emmerich. Yes, Emmerich. That's who I romanced in Dragon Age was Emmerich. He had some great characters.
Think whatever you want about that game, but there are a couple really good characters in that game, and he's one of them.
Yeah, him and I almost put Manfred as well. I almost went for the joke and just put Manfred because he was hilarious every time you see him. But Heismay, if you've played the entirety of Metaphor, his story goes so many different ways and so many different emotions that I wouldn't expect that from a fucking bat. Right?
I'm sorry, I don't have him yet. A bat?
Yeah, he's a bat.
Maybe I shouldn't get spoilers, but
he's cool. Okay. He's a bat guy. Yeah, he's basically Batman.
Looking forward to meeting him.
He's very good. I really like him. He's definitely my favorite character.
On in deep into the because this was a tough one for me.
Yeah,
tons of characters, but probably in 4th place after the ones that I mentioned before would be Basilio and Dell.
Yeah.
Fucking love those guys. Love their I love that Scouse. I don't know how to say it. But that accent and their attitude. Fucking love those guys.
There's so many good characters in that game. Side characters, the story, just any of the social links, I would say are better than the main story. I enjoyed them more than the main story, at least. Yeah, that's you definitely need to go back and play that game at some point, Co. Just with Indiana Jones.
I'm planning to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
That's one of my goals this year is to play Metaphor when I get my first nice open block of time.
There you go. Community wise, I don't know if they could do individual votes or if it's going to be Metaphor, or if it's going to be Astrobot or what. But let's see what
I
they.
think it was right. I think you write it in, Barry. Right?
Eve's butt.
It could very well be Eve's butt.
I think it could be Eve's butt.
Barry's typing something, so I'm going to hit show and then I'm going to look over.
It was right in. Okay.
Oh yeah, Barry said it's right in, and I processed the fun. Is what I quote, processed the fun. Is what Barry said.
Here we
I
go.
have no idea what this could be. Okay.
Hey,
Captain
nice.
Titus.
There we go. GG, chat. I am proud of you.
Yeah.
Nice.
So is the
Great
Emperor.
choice.
So is the
Great
Emperor.
choice. GG.
Titus was followed closely by Indiana Jones, 10% and 9% of the vote. There was three votes between them, and Astrobot was in 3rd. Ada from Satisfactory was 4th.
That's a great one. That is a great one.
I had not considered that. Yeah.
Much more of a character than Zeke's. I like that one.
Ichiban was 5th, and Heismay was 6th.
Wait, seriously? Ichiban was 5th?
5th, and Heismay was 6th. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at you guys. Wow. I'm impressed. I am impressed. That's awesome. That is actually, I didn't think Ichiban would be in the top 10, to be honest.
Yep.
How cool.
Those are the favorite characters. What's the next category? Favorite performance. Oh, man.
Y'all are going to hate me for this one.
I might get some hate, too, to be honest. And
well, then I'll go first because you're going to love mine.
I feel like maybe me and Co might be simpatico on this. Go ahead, Zeke.
It's Astrobot.
For Zeke?
My favorite character, or my favorite performance.
Okay.
Co talked about it. Last category. My favorite performance. Marios Gavrilis as Emmerich Voss.
Yeah, man!
Nice.
Oh, hell yeah! Awesome.
He was amazing.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
That dude, the thing
where's my edge, Zeke? There it is, right there, Zeke.
No,
right there.
I've stepped you guys.
Bam!
Cannot
They're
touch.
close enough. Okay, we're good.
Cannot touch. That's part of the
the thing that made him so great for me was he was quintessentially an Indiana Jones villain. He did that very well, but he added some fucking weirdness into it that just totally like, I don't know if that was in the script or not, but holy shit, he leaned into that role and just fucking crushed it. One of my favorite villains of this year, maybe all time.
Yeah.
Just so goddamn good. I can't say enough great things about how his performance.
Yeah.
Without spoiling, he has this whole line of kind of conversation monologuing he does on how to manipulate a lesser mind, and listening to him, it literally, you're listening to this guy going like, oh, this is an evil person. Like the way he says it, the way he talks about it, he's like, oh, this is one of those people where every human they come across, they think, how do I manipulate this person? Like it's just every word he says drips with venom. If you're familiar with those types of people,
Yeah,
and he just it's marvelous.
You guys are
Marvelous.
selling 'em.
Yeah.
What a great call, Zeke. That's perfect.
You guys are
Love it.
selling
No, he's fun to watch. Like Buffalo Bill is fun to watch. You know, you hate him. It's like he's just a deplorable, awful character, an awful person. But
Oh, no.
man, are they compelling.
Yeah.
This is Voss from Indiana Jones, not Voss from Far Cry 3. That's a different.
That's a different
Voss.
era, decade, perhaps.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the way to go. Still, same very cool, weird off the road characters though.
Very
Say
good.
that. So yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go next. I'm gonna get this out of the way.
Okay.
So my favorite performance was arguably my favorite performance because it got me through a lot of the parts of the game that I wasn't really on board with. It's one of the points that every time I heard this character, I enjoyed their delivery. It kept me rooted, and no matter how much the rest of the game would kind of pull me away from not digging it, this character would come back in and start doing their lines, and I'd kind of like, okay, cool, like we're back into this. My big character was Rook from Dragon Age the Veilguard. No, not Erika Ishii. I played. Nope. I wonder if Barry realizes I didn't play a woman in Dragon Age the Veilguard. I guess, you know.
One. Yeah, not Erica. The male one. Yeah.
That's great.
How does
No,
that
that's the female one. That's Erika Ishii.
Anyway, so our friend Alex
Barry, come over to my chat. You're safe in my chat. We love you.
Yeah, please, Barry, go there. Okay, Alex Jordan is awesome, and he did an excellent performance of Rook. Every line he delivered was good. It all kind of fit in, and there were so many times when even the words he was saying I would not like. But he has a really good candor. He has a good delivery. I've loved all the stuff he's been in. Can't wait to see him in the Altars. So it was a very solid performance. And there were numerous times in DAV where the kind of Disney style casual Zoomer writing would really start grating on me.
Mm-hmm.
Like hearing these fantasy characters from Dragon Age use like current day words and like all sorts of just completely out of place, unnecessary, should not be in the game kind of stuff. And I'd kind of start, ranting about it or anything. And then Alex would come on and deliver a few good lines. And I'd be like, okay, I'm back for now. So it was, he did a great job. And even for people like me that had some very real serious issues with the whole tone and writing of DAV, he did a great job with what he was given. And I thought that was admirable. So yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Okay. That is, we were not simpatico. I thought we might be. Mine might have been the not simplest, shortest of roles in any game of this past year. But man, when he hits fucking hard. He took over the internet. The memes were great. I loved every single part about it. Richard Lintern is the voice actor. And he, of course, played Aegon from Elden Ring. Kersu Bale. That was him.
Yeah, dude.
He fucking nailed it.
Okay.
He fucking nailed it. That entire sequence. He made that fight. He was great. He was 10 out of 10.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it was short and sweet. I almost put the Japanese voice actor for Groot here from Marvel Rivals as well. He's very good because all he says is Orewa Gruto, and that's great.
Orewa Gruto.
It's exactly that, and let me tell you, it's fucking awesome. it's fucking awesome. I changed the Japanese soundtrack in game because it's fucking awesome.
Let's see what the viewers voted for.
I am curious what the viewers voted for. Let's
Oh,
go
I just
here.
want your choice, JP, real quick. That's a great choice.
Yeah.
A surprising, like wonderful entry, and like did not expect that in my Elden Ring. I was like playing the Elden Ring, and I was like and most things are like, you know, they got that echoey voice, like, and this guy's like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Loved
He was
him.
great.
Good job. Good choice.
Since we're kind of doing this a little bit, very close second for me, of course, was Troy Baker.
Yeah.
His performance of Indiana Jones is incredible. There, I could count on one hand the number of times when he didn't actually sound exactly like Harrison Ford. Like there's a very few times when you can tell he's trying to do the voice more than he is the lines. Like he'll try to bring his voice down so low that he'll get like too breathy with it, you know. So it sounds like somebody trying to do a Batman voice a little bit, but literally like a handful of lines, and of the amount of lines that are in the game, 99% accuracy. It is amazing, actually amazing. It is so crazy, in fact, that my dad, who has never played a game like this in his life, has picked up the game and is even like, this is incredible.
That's awesome.
So
Is he
he's like
playing
almost 80.
Is he playing PC?
He's playing PC. He's like mid 70s, and he's just like, I can't believe they did Harrison Ford this well. Like
That's awesome.
It's really cool.
That's great. I have no idea what the community voted for. Maybe something from Final Fantasy. Maybe
I bet you it's Indiana Jones.
It could be Indiana Jones.
I bet it is.
It was pretty big fan.
Well, you know, maybe the game wasn't big enough for that. We have to think the size of the game also plays into these.
I think it could have been.
It could be Indy.
Yeah, I mean it's from our.
But you know what? It's probably Balatro.
It's Joker.
Something from Final Fantasy VII could be.
Yeah. Let's see. What do we got?
It is.
Okay, there you go. Troy Baker.
Great. Good one.
That's right. Also, that's
That's
a
a
great
good one.
little factoid that Troy Baker won the role after Todd Howard didn't think that it would fit.
Yep.
It's true.
Not only that, Todd did a blind hear test with Troy Baker as one of the voices and actually picked him out of it, and that's what pushed him over to do it, apparently.
Yeah.
They're saying.
Yeah.
Which is pretty fun.
Yep. Cool story.
When they first said, when Troy first talked, Todd apparently said, I don't want you in the game. And the reason is because Todd felt that Troy's voice was too iconic, and there's no way that he'd be able to separate that from Indiana. So he was like, no offense, but I don't think you can be in this game.
Yeah.
Troy was like, give me a shot. And they did. And it worked. Kind of fun.
Yeah. Do you think, I mean, both of you played it. Do you think it does, it's like, do you hear it and say, that's not Troy, that's Indiana Jones?
I'll tell you this right now. It's so good. I'm not fully convinced there's not additional editing being done. Don't get me wrong. Troy Baker's good. But like, there are times when it is Harrison Ford. Like he's that good. There are times when like an entire paragraph of lines will be delivered, and you could have been like, yeah, they could have just lifted that from Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Damn.
So I don't know if they've actually talked about the tech behind it. I'm kind of curious. Like, I don't know if they've actually said that it's 100% natural VA, or if there was any post-processing done, but it sounds exactly like Harrison Ford. Like it's crazy how good he does. Even down to the mannerisms, to the candor and the what's the word I'm looking for? It's that word that means the speed at which he talks. Cadence. Thank you. That's exactly what I was saying. The cadence at which he delivers his lines is even similar to old school Indiana. The timing of when jokes are delivered, like it's wild. It's wild.
It's awesome.
No, I played the game and I tried to hear Troy Baker, and it was super difficult. He knocked out of the park.
You guys are selling me on. Now I'm getting like kind of getting excited.
There are so JP, real talk. There are so many people that say Indiana is their game of the year, and it's not.
Oh, I know.
I went in a week later after everyone told me it was their game of the year, and I was like, "There's no. I mean, come on, dude. It's just some dumb Indiana Jones. Like, there's no way this." And then I finished it. Was like, "Holy shit, I get it."
Okay. I see it.
That's just a damn good game. Okay.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's no Fate of Atlantis, but it's pretty good.
Okay.
Dude,
Fair
we talked about this at the end. Can you imagine if they just remade Fate of Atlantis, like beat for beat in that engine?
Yeah.
Like the whole shebang, just like beat for beat, remake the old LucasArts game in that engine with those actors and machine games. And oh my god, dude, I don't know if they could pull it off, but it would be that'd be so cool.
I do hope we see more of that with how much you guys have spoken about it so highly. 24% of the vote went to Troy is Indie. Brianna White, aka Aerith from Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at 13%. And then
she's a streamer, by the way. She's very cool.
Yep. Melina Jurgens, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. For Hellblade 2 was 10%.
Hellblade, yeah.
Yeah, for Hellblade.
She won top performance at Game Awards, right?
She did.
Yeah, she's won 2 times.
Yeah, this is her second win. So, all right, next one. Favorite moment. I think there's a video thing here. I don't know how I need to do. The dog is crazy. Can we have an intermission? Ollie needs to go out. He's been biting my hand for 5 minutes. He's getting lethal. He's getting crazy. You want to do an intermission? You two just want to talk for a second?
Sure.
Can I leave you alone?
I could run get some more coffee if Zeke wants to sing to chat.
Zeke?
Man, fuck no. You think I can sing, man? Come on, dude.
Please sing.
Zeke, serenade them with those dulcet
Zeke,
tones you have right
Oh
now.
my god.
You
I'm gonna go get some coffee.
You have the helm.
You're on comms, bud.
No! Don't make me do it! Oh my god! Don't make me do it! Okay. I'm alone. I'm alone and I'm scared. I can't run this show. I'm the color guy. I just do the fart jokes. That's the thing. I can't do it. How do I do it? Okay. Is this entertainment? Is this how I do it? Oh God. Truffle shuffle? No, not the truffle shuffle, please. No, God. I can't even turn on any music. I wanted to turn on music, but I can't. It's not my show. I was gonna turn on. Hold on. Maybe I can entertain you with some funny sound bites, like
these nuts.
How's that? The sound bite. Yeah. How about this one?
Relax, son.
Just relax, guys. Totally just relax. How about this one? This one is funny.
Enjoy Co's cock.
What?
Enjoy Co's cock.
Oh, God, enjoy Co's. Who says those kind of things? Oh, my God.
You miserable fucking ass clown.
I'm a miserable fucking ass clown? Why would you say that to me, Chad? Oh, good. JP is back. I can stop talking now because... Shh. It's the Game Awards all over again.
That's great. It was 10 out of 10. We should do intermissions more often.
No, please, let's not. Let's never do that again.
Intermissions brought to you by Zeke. Yeah, it's good stuff.
No, it's weird to have just dead silence behind me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you do it, 6 out of 7 days of the week,
No, I mean, I usually have music in the background.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. Where was did Co say he was going to get coffee?
Yeah, he's going to get coffee.
Got it. Okay. Was he brewing the coffee or was he just going to get
Yeah,
coffee?
I think he's growing the coffee berries and he's going to pass them through one of his animals, and when they excrete it, he's going to take them and then harvest, roast, crush, push water through, and drink.
Got it. So he's drinking cat shit coffee, the civet coffee.
I've heard it's great.
I've heard it's good
great.
too. I'm not a big cat shit coffee guy, but it turns out that maybe Zeke is, and maybe Co is as well.
Well, you're sitting there like, I don't usually like cat shit coffee. This is good though.
Why did they name it civet coffee? It was right there in front of them to call it cat shit coffee. Like, that's such a good name for branding purposes. They messed up. The old civet coffee people they messed it up.
Speaking of coffee, did you know that coffee is not a bean? It's actually a berry.
It's a berry, really? So what is it? Is a coffee bean like a dried out berry?
I think it's the seed of the berry, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Wait, so what does a coffee berry taste like?
I I don't have no. I've never eaten an actual bear. The berry of that coffee comes from. I've never eaten it. I've never tasted it.
My chat's saying bitter. I guess that makes sense. I mean, coffee, if you drink it like a black coffee, it's kind of bitter.
Yeah.
It's got a bitterness to it. Yeah. Terribly bitter. Huh.
Oh,
The more you learn.
this is apropos actually. So I told my chat knows that I have a big wall calendar that I put I actually use a marker and write down shit that I have to do, like schedule.
Yeah.
Someone was like, "Oh, do you need a new one for this year?" I'm like, "Yeah, I haven't bought mine yet." And they're like, "Here, I'll give you one." And this is appropriate. Someone sent me the pooping dogs calendar.
Great.
Oh,
It's
nice.
pooping dog. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome back. We were
You
just
chose the right time to come back, buddy.
we were just selling our new poop and dog calendar
Okay.
for the year.
Coffee, pooping dog coffee.
Poop and dog coffee. You missed a lot. You missed a lot. But you didn't miss our favorite moment. Who wants to go first? I think Barry said that there's video for our favorite moments. So
Okay.
maybe slight spoilers potentially.
Oh.
Oh yeah, no, Barry put that in chat. Spoiler alert for favorite moments of video games
Oh.
from the 2024.
Yeah. There's no audio, I've been told, but it's there is video portion to this. So
Yeah.
I'll go first.
So I think
yeah, good.
before we reveal it,
Okay.
we say the name of the game that it came from, just in case people want to like shut their eyes.
That's a good call.
That's a
That's
great
a good
call. Yeah, great call.
So my favorite moment for me was from Stalker 2.
Okay.
And it was a very emotionally impactful moment for me as we, for the first time in the game, met basically the main character from the franchise, who I didn't even know if he was going to be in the second game. When it was like the first time we met him, he's a guy named Strelok, and it was very, very, very cool. I mean, it was very well set up, and everything was. You kind of heard about him a little bit here and there, and it was kind of fun. So, yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah. Okay. We got a little bit of.
Oh, look at that!
Look at that, Barry up in the game. Here we got a little video.
Very
thing.
nice. Okay, cool.
Fantastic.
But yeah, that's when you see it. There's like this very cool moment where you're trying to figure out what's going on, and you're in this like deep underground kind of secret lab situation, and it was a very interesting, fun, cool moment.
Awesome. Zeke, your favorite moment of 2024.
I have a backup one. We'll talk about that one later.
Yeah, we'll do honorable mention. There's a lot of honorable mentions, I think, for this year.
Yeah. So I went back over all the games and I was like, oh man, all these great moments. And I watched like either clips of me or clips on YouTube of said moments. But the one that I came away from with chills, tears, it's from Metaphor, Fantasio.
Oh, is this spoiler
And
stuff? Do I need to take my?
I
do I need to
mean,
take my headphones
yeah,
off?
yeah, sure. Might not want to look. Yeah.
Hold on, let me.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to close them for a long time, Co. It's not a. I mean, okay. I'll just say it's not a huge spoiler. You kind of see it coming, but the moment it happens
Yeah.
is awesome,
Okay.
and it's when the airship flies. That moment just gave me chills, and it's not because you kind of see it coming. You're like, that's gonna happen, sure. But the way it was presented. And the way you see the pilot, and he's just like, this airship's gonna fly, and he just boom, and he hits the button, and the wings pop out,
Yeah.
and you like it's fine, and he's just you see the joy in his face, and the music and everything like that. It's the way it comes out was just. I even wrote JP a DM.
Yeah.
In
No,
Discord, and I was
you
like,
sent me a message about it. We were talking
Yeah.
about it.
dude, I just saw the airship fly. Holy shit, what a moment!
Yeah. It's true. It's true.
Loved it.
Should I like hide these? I can't put them away. I guess what we'll do is reveal them, and then I'll swap to the toggle community. Mine is from Space Marine 2. I think that game is full of awesome moments for a ton of different reasons. The Power Fantasy is probably one of the best it's been in video game form for me. But there was one standout moment where you were just like, You were just like fully embraced in the Space Marine 2-ness of it.
Oh,
all.
I am. Okay.
And it's when you got to hold up that banner.
Oh!
You got
That was my honorable mention.
You got to walk over to that banner and you just start dumping on people. And it's fucking, it is like, I don't know of a better powerful badassery, like, brother, we're doing this type fucking moment in games. They just absolutely nailed it. And I wish I was playing that part co-op, because to have two other like live real people in that moment has to be just incredible. It has to be absolutely incredible. But even solo player was enough to like evoke emotions of just pure gaming power fantasy, where I was just like, this is fucking sweet, man. This is fucking awesome.
Dude,
we're killing these guys.
The part of that scene that was so amazing, and that was my honorable mention. That was the waffle for me. It was the meeting Strelick or that one there.
Yeah.
And the thing about that one that was so amazing, like for me, is I walked up to that in that scene and I saw the thing on the ground and I killed the initial group of enemies. And I was like, the only thing that could have made this cooler is if I was holding that up and screaming the whole time.
Yeah.
And then it was like, I looked at the flag and there was like an E prompt. And I was just like, oh no. Oh.
They did it.
Like, are we doing this?
It's crazy. It's crazy how well. And that, to be honest, that game's full of like incredible moments.
Oh, it's basically the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the whole game is like that.
The closest game, and I would actually say Space Marine 2 eclipses God of War, but the closest game power fantasy wise was probably God of War. But this one beats it because of like, there's so many other Space Marines walking around type deal. So it's really good. That's actually a great mention. Someone, first time chatter, says the best moment when you can keep reliving is dropping in Helldivers 2. That is actually like, that's a really good point. They nailed that whole sequence of dropping into Helldivers 2. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. I have no idea what favorite moment would be for the community. Maybe maybe some Space Marine, maybe some Astrobot. I don't think there's going to be.
Is there a moment for Final Fantasy VII?
No, there's nothing that I haven't beaten the game. I don't know what would happen at the end of that game. I have no idea what could occur into the game. Should I reveal and not look at, how do we want to do? Barry, is this a massive spoiler? Do we not care about it? He's typing. Hold on. Oh, okay, great. I'm just going to do it then. That's the wrong one. We're going to do this and that. And it's the banner raising. That's what he went for. Yeah, that was...
Also...
What's that?
God damn it.
What happened?
Every year, one of them slips through the cracks. Every year. And this year it was Space Marine 2 for me.
What?
I forgot about it on my top 10.
Oh,
I made my top 10 list and I forgot about Space Marine 2.
If you can send it to Barry and I can just reload it. If you want to send a new top 10.
No, he already said it's too late.
Okay.
I already checked with him. He already said it's too late.
Okay. Barry, it's already
I
too late.
can't believe it. Boomer move. I know. I'm oh my God.
The Emperor will know about this. The Emperor,
oh my God.
The Emperor will know. It's not going to go well.
He already knows.
To be honest, he does already know. He does, and that's the sniper is actually a sniper for the Emperor. He's on his way to North Carolina, and you're done. It's over.
Oh, out of curiosity, how do you come up with your list? Do you look at like your Steam category and like your consoles? Do you look at like...
I've had a method of coming up with my list that I'm not going to be using after this year. It's
okay.
It was
what's the method?
I should have been more. It's a combination of all sorts of different things.
Okay.
But the TLDRs, I'm going to do better next year. Yeah, so we're good.
Got it.
We're good.
For me, I just go to is it I think it's
Is
Twitch.
it my memory? No, it's not my memory.
I think it's Twitch stats list of games. I think it's Twitch
Tracker.
stats. Twitch tracker. Yeah, I go to Twitch tracker and then set it to 2024, and it has the entire list of every game I played that year.
I think I'm gonna do that next year. For
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, it works out.
No, I have someone nice enough to put like every single day of the calendar. He sends it to me. I pay him for it, but he sends like all the months, every single day accounted for.
Cool, cool.
And it fucking takes me a long time because there's a lot of games.
Yeah, for you with 300 plus, I think I was only on like 130 or something like that. So mine was a little bit different. Favorite feature, moving right along to the next category. How many more categories are there? 3?
Feature, surprise, disappointment, games we wish we played, most anticipated games, top 3 games streamed, and 10 games of the year.
Great. We're doing great on time. We're doing fantastic on time. Favorite feature. I'll go first. I haven't gone first in a bit. For this one, it could actually be put in 2 different games. One of those games is out. One of those games is in early access. It's a thing that I'd never expected to ever see ever. And when they actually added it in and announced that they were adding it in, I was live and I freaked the fuck out. There's VOD footage of me like losing my mind when they added the currency exchange into Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. I still cannot believe that it's a thing in that game. And it changed the entire game for so many people to jump in there. Like, Zeke, I'm actually, now that you've played PoE and we can bring you into the fold, did you ever use it when you played? Did you interface
No,
with it
I
at
didn't.
all?
Because you can't you only use it after you beat Act 3?
I'm
the
not
first
sure
time?
when the limitations are on it,
Okay.
to be honest.
Because I immediately saw it like when I went back to the Cruel Act 1, whatever. And I was like, oh shit, this is what they were talking about. This is the third party thing that is now a first party. And that is really, really cool.
Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's badass.
Actually, I haven't used it because, like I said, I
You
played
stopped,
through the
yeah.
first 3 acts with no like looking up anything or trading or nothing.
Yeah. I hope that it's the first of like many things that they add that people have been crying for. That would just make that game, you know, it's already one of the games of all time, for me at least. And it would just make it even more so. So that's my favorite
No, and
feature.
speaking of PoE, I couldn't say it's my favorite new feature or whatever because I didn't play one. Like I played like 3 hours of it.
That's how I snuck it in.
If I had, I'm sure 100% that I would have said my favorite feature would be the WASD.
Oh, that's that's good. I saw a lot of people in chat mentioning that as well for PoE too. That changed the game for them.
But this is my first like actually jumping in like wholeheartedly into PoE. So I couldn't say it was like a new feature for me. This is the way it's always been for me now.
Yeah. What was your favorite feature, Zeke, in the video games?
My favorite feature, I heard that they did this before, but this is my first experience with a game that had it. And I didn't play it for very long, but I was like, God damn, we've been waiting for this
Eve's butt.
for so long. What?
What?
What'd you say, Go?
Nothing.
Okay.
What was that?
No, we've been waiting for this for so long with Metroidvania games, and I'm so glad that Prince of Persia finally did the photo mode.
True.
What a great fucking feature, man. What a great feature. Just like for shit,
yes,
like for me,
yes.
the shit you don't remember, you're like, there's a locked door somewhere that I have the ice beam for. Where the fuck did I leave it? This made it
I'm not gonna lie. Photo mode generally means a specific different thing. So I'm sitting here like
screenshot mode. That's
I was like, is that new for him? Is that like
I don't know. The Eye of the Wanderer. Thank you. I didn't know what it was called, Barry. Thank you for putting that in. It's called the Eye of the Wanderer, where you can actually take pictures of shit you can't do yet because you don't have double jump, ice beam, blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's
dude,
great.
one of the coolest features of that
excellent
game.
Feature.
That's one of those features that every single Metroidvania in the future should be looking at. That's like a step forward for the genre.
I agree. Wholeheartedly agree. Cody, your favorite feature?
I completely screwed this category up. But so what the thing for me is I saw this not necessarily, which is weird because I'm doing game dev, but I didn't necessarily see this from a game dev perspective. Like what is the most like mechanical in-game feature that is interesting? For me, it was what was my favorite feature of gaming in 2024? Like what was one of the coolest little things that happened?
Oh, okay.
And for me, one of my favorite features of 2024 was seeing one of my favorite characters that I grew up with be recreated in one of my favorite mediums, which is gaming. And it was the fact that they actually successfully recreated Indiana Jones. Like that was one of my favorite features. And that opens up things for me in my mind that I never thought possible. The idea of playing a game with a character from a movie I grew up with and actually have it feel like that character and be like that character. Like if you would have told me a year ago that we were going to have like an actual good Indiana Jones game based on the old movies, I just would have been like, what AI junk is that going to be? Like, come on, man, that's a joke. Of course it's not going to happen. And here we are with an actual amazing Indiana Jones game, which frankly, if you put all the cutscenes together, could rival one of the movies in terms of quality. So yeah, like that was a very cool feature of gaming for me in 2024.
And they very much could have gone. I mean, you mentioned AI. They could have very much done what they did in the movies. Not even do in the movies. Did in the movies where they de-aged Harrison Ford and had him voice act it. Like
yeah, for everyone in chat saying that's a tech, not a feature. I know. That's why I started by saying I messed up the category. Did you get?
It's still makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I will say they're seeing their options. For me, honestly, it probably would have been like if I wanted like a game feature. I absolutely loved, and it was already in Factorio, but I think it was recent in Satisfactory. I love how games like Satisfactory and Factorio are starting to do more like networked storage, like drones in Factorio and cloud storage in Satisfactory.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved the QOL progression of going from let me meticulously sort all of my little individual things to at the end of the game, let me just upload every single thing I'm going to need and just have it available all the time. That QOL progression is phenomenal. So if you want like a gameplay feature, that would probably be one of them. That like sweeping from rags to riches feeling of stuff like that in games like Satisfactory and Factorio.
Yep. The reason that I went with the currency exchange over my like honorable mention was the restart function in Metaphor for the fights. But like that wasn't like I didn't know how to like work because people have restarting something is not a new feature. So I didn't know how to word it.
The entire restart mechanic of Metaphor. It's more than just
everyone
restarting.
needs to do
It's
that.
a whole mechanic.
It needs to be in every game. Every like RPG moving forward, you need to be able to quick restart a fight on the second you want to. I loved that. Yeah. Could it be exploited and like
such a time save?
Yeah. Yes, but it's still absolutely it makes that combat so good.
It's as exploitive as save scumming, essentially. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's instant save scumming, and it's phenomenally lucrative and fun and easy to use.
Yeah, for sure.
Especially in a game like Metaphor, where one button mistake can mean like
your party dies.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
No, and that's the other thing. Like the good of that restarting a battle is balanced out by how many times you have to just fucking shut the game off and restart the game.
Yeah.
God damn, you have to do that a lot.
Without a doubt.
I'm only at the beginning of the game and the amount of times that an enemy I've missed getting that first attack. You just had an enemy one round me.
They just immediately hit it. You fucking reload immediately. It saves so much time. Favorite feature from the community. Very interested to see what they put in here. There you go.
WASD control.
It was WASD. Yeah, WASD.
Beautiful. Now, dude,
currency exchange.
that is a never go back situation for me.
You don't
honestly
think you could play PoE 1 now?
Dude, I don't know if I could.
Yeah.
I love WASD in PoE 2. It feels natural. It feels good. It feels well implemented. Like, especially with the dodge rolling and stuff, like it just feels so good. I'm very much looking forward to their hybrid gamepad controllers though.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that's awesome.
Picking Fallout 2 back up again, like just because it's CD-ROM-a-thon, like, and I'm like, I have my hand ready to go. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna travel the over. Fuck.
Yeah.
I am not going to travel the overworld with this because it's point and click and go.
Yeah.
It's funny because someone in chat said this and they're absolutely right. The basic feature of being able to attack while moving.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, being able to aim while moving, all that. Absolutely. Yep.
It was a big deal. Funny enough, how many hours do I have in PoE 2? 100 hours in PoE 2. I have not used it yet. I have not tried.
You haven't used WASD?
I haven't tried WASD at all in PoE 2. I mean, I think it's because I have 10,000 hours and my brain expects a certain thing. But I should probably just.
I'll tell you what.
It.
I'm
Speaking of
actually.
that, I thought I was gonna be like controller guy. I'm like, because I love controller game. I'm like, I tried controller game, or I tried controller with PoE 2.
I tried controller game.
Yeah, I know.
I like it.
But I tried controller, and I'm like, oh, this is all right. And then I tried the WAC. I'm like, there's just too much shit, and I don't want to switch for easy inventory management. So it just became.
I don't know if they changed it,
game.
but you couldn't even do that when I tried controller. Like you literally could not touch your mouse and keyboard. It would only let you use controller.
Oh.
Is that still the same way? If that's still the same, that's completely a non-starter for me.
Yeah.
Like, I have to do my selling and inventory management with mouse and keyboard. It's just too clunky on a controller.
Yeah. My chat's saying that's how it is. The hot swap's coming in later, so it's not in there yet. Yeah.
We don't need hot swap. We need tandem. Like I need to be able to play with my controller and then just put it on my lap and start using my mouse and keyboard and have it all work.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't not go into the options and switch controller and keyboard. Screw that. No, it needs to all work at once.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm much like the rest of
That's people are saying that's hot swap. I don't think I think hot swap is being able to swap it while it's running, which would mean not going back to the main screen. I'm talking about auto switching or all at once. Anyway, terminology.
I think it's semantics.
I don't think you can pick. When I tried it, you can't just put down the controller and pick up the keyboard. You can't do that.
Yeah, I don't want to go back and forth.
I don't know if they changed it since then.
I want them all at once. I want it all at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biggest surprise. I don't know what you guys put. This one was.
Start with mine.
Go ahead, because I don't know what it would be.
Dragon Age of Veilguard.
The
whole freaking game.
It was just a surprise.
I was incredibly surprised that everything that was okayed for that product made it through. And there are many, 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 many things in this game that I feel like should have been stopped at such an earlier state of development.
Do you have the same answer for this one and the next category?
That's what I was
the next category is disappointment.
Should we just go to, should we just go here?
It's not my biggest disappointment.
Okay, all right. We'll come back to, we have to mention our sponsor. Shout out to Concord for sponsoring our biggest disappointment award this year.
Wait, they have money left for sponsoring?
They paid us in exposure.
Oh,
I mean,
that's good. I love exposure.
At
least I love when you expose yourself to me. So what we're going to do here with Dragon Age of Veilguard, this game was my biggest surprise because I came in with relatively low expectations. And this game is one of the biggest mixed bags I have ever played in my life. And that was the biggest surprise for me. I would not have expected that to be in a Dragon Age game. Like, there are things in this game that are fun. There's some damn good, decent side character quests. And then there is the crime of the tone of this game and some of the writing and dialogue where it's just like, this is like barely high school. Like, this should never have been in a game of this type. Some of the vocabulary, some of the terminology, the complete ignoring of most of the amazingly cool stuff they built in the other, like the massive racism against elves, the cool things that mages had to deal through, the Darkspawn themselves, what they did to the Kunari, like all these decisions where it's just like, who said this was a good idea? Did anyone who make this game play or like Dragon Age? Like, are they like, it's just so many things about this game are such an insane mixed bag. And I never would have expected that from Dragon Age. I mean, like this is one of the most iconic big IPs. Like, I expect them to mess it up a little bit, but that was a big surprise.
Yeah, fair take.
Yep.
All right.
I get it. I think I don't know what it says about the medium, but I think it is cool that I could play the same exact game for 70 hours and not mind any of it. So I think
it's interesting. It's interesting because it also speaks a lot to what we both do. These are the types of games that I play. I play hundreds of these games. I'm exposed to hundreds of hours of like really deep, like like Rogue Trader and all these big CRPGs. So for me, the difference is vast. When you take like an actual well-written deep RPG and you compare it to this Life is Strange bullshit, like it's like two different age groups wrote. I don't even know how to say it, but I completely understand. And this is the whole thing I was saying during the Dragon Age of Veilguard stuff when I talk about this. If you're not hugely into these games, like just like people are in Life is Strange and it's fine. Like this type of writing, like it's young adulty, which is a hugely popular genre. Like the game itself, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not a horrible game. It's just a horrible Dragon Age game. It's a horrible, deep, immersive RPG. It's a average to fine game, in my opinion. I mean, especially when it comes to graphics and performance and stuff like that. Combat was a little basic, but was still fine. But like, when you really start looking under the hood, especially when you start looking under the hood from the perspective of like an immersive, deep RPG fan, like it all starts to kind of fall apart the more you look into it. Yeah. Especially if you compare it to like the established lore, the established canon, the themes of the previous games and what they carried in, the tone, the dialect, the writing, like it all just starts coming, it all just like gets further and further from where it should be. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I need to end this with, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, no, that's opinions are opinions.
Yes,
Not
exactly.
No, at the advice of my two lawyers here, I did not play the game. It was on my list of games to check out, and they were like, "Don't bother." I'm like, "Okay."
There you go. Move forward. Zeke, what was your biggest surprise of 2024?
Biggest surprise for me was a game that I was like, it's gonna be good. I didn't know it was gonna be fucking excellent. I had no idea. I was like, okay, it's a 3D platformer. It's going to be pretty good. And I played the previous iterations of the game, but I had no idea that Astrobot was going to be as good as it was. Astrobot was fucking phenomenal. Yeah. And I did not see it coming. Like, I did not know that I would play it, finish it, platinum it, the whole thing. Everything was put together so well, and it was a joy to play. And I don't usually go in for 3D platformers because I suck at them.
Sure.
Did you suck at Astrobot and it was good enough to overcome it, or is Astrobot an easy game that you didn't have any troubles with?
Fairly easy game.
I would say it's
gameplay wise. The joy of the challenge is finding everything. So it's less of the challenge of like beating the level as it is getting everything in the level.
Yeah, yeah. Some of the like challenge levels and stuff definitely up the difficulty when it comes to platforming, but overall, if you're cruising through the main game, the critical path, easy is definitely, difficulty is not something they were caring for, but they know how to up the difficulty if that's, what they are aiming. Yeah,
I played through all the speedrun levels.
They're great.
And they're challenging for sure. Yeah.
They're very, very well.
But yeah, I was like, it's a Mario game as a robot, but it's better than that. I had more fun than I have had in a Mario game for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. My biggest surprise is it's one of those things where it's not necessarily my surprise, because I think if you were to take my interest in just things that I enjoy, this is kind of like it's kind of like Co's Stalker 2, right? Like that's everything Co enjoys in one precise package. For me, this is one game, one precise package that has everything I enjoy, and that's hero shooters, Overwatch, and Marvel put into one. But the biggest surprise is how fucking big that game is right now. Like everyone is playing Marvel Rivals. It got COD bros to leave Call of Duty and come play a hero shooter in 2024/now 5. That's crazy to me that like Fortnite people are playing this game. And it might also be that it's, flavor of the month. We're going to have to see what happens a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now. But it seems like everything that they're doing so far is the correct thing. Nerfs are coming out this next week, so we'll see how that goes. But we'll see if they piss off the community too much with that stuff. But they've also already announced more heroes than Overwatch has in its entirety as a game. And it's the second month of it existing. So pretty wild to me to just see Rivals do what it is doing. And, you know, you could even be a little bit, I don't know, negative or jaded on the take and like, this is a NetEase game and it's not aggressive on them. In fact, there's people saying that they need more skins to spend money on in the game because they haven't put out enough ways to spend money in the game yet, which is crazy to think that NetEase doesn't have like enough money.
I was going to say, the NetEase devs are sitting there in the back watching you just like, yes, keep going.
Yeah, it's wild. That, like,
oh, you want more skins, do you?
What? There's not that many skins right now. It's kind of crazy to see that. Granted, it is launch, but and you don't have to buy the characters. I would love to see like the roadmap for all of that, but we'll see what it is. Yeah, people love their skins. Let's see what the community voted for here. Biggest surprise of the year. Any guesses?
Probably. You know what? I would actually say Balatro. And let me tell you why. I think a lot of people are still surprised that game that tiny is this popular. That or Astrobot. I think either of those would be biggest surprise because there's.
I think Indiana Jones being a good game.
That could be good.
Was a surprise.
I don't know.
I think Concord flopping. That's a great one. Nick, so absolutely. Concord be a huge surprise. Yeah.
Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's honestly that's a really good one. I mean, I could have put that as mine. I mean, that was a huge surprise that it got as big as it did.
Yeah.
It's awesome, but it's also wild.
Yeah.
Another big surprise for me, as somebody who hasn't played it, is Astrobot's popularity. It looks like a relatively standard platformer from the outside. I'm still a little weirded out by how much.
Are you ever going to play it? Do you have any interest in playing it?
I might, but it's not my kind of game, and I have to admit, at this point, I'm totally tainted. I'm tainted, man. Like,
tainted how?
I would be going in with such high expectations for this thing to blow my socks off.
Yeah, it can only be a letdown now.
Exactly, man. I've been told this thing is basically the best platformer that's ever been made. It's the best thing since sliced bread. So
that's
it's like I don't know if I could play it and like enjoy it for what it is. I hate to say it, but it's just where we are.
To be honest, maybe forget about it for a year and play with the kids.
That's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. It's funny you say that. I've found if I give myself about a month, I forget every single thing that happened before that last month. So I'm hoping I can just like forget it exists, and then just, hey, Astrobot came out in 2026. Cool, let's play it.
Yeah, check it out. Cool. And now we move forward to the biggest disappointment presented by Concord.
I'm gonna do mine. I'm gonna do mine first.
I will do mine last because I think I might get the hate laser might direct it to me. So please go ahead.
Okay. The biggest disappointment for me was not the actual product.
Okay.
But it was the fact that we built up to this for so many years. And honestly, I was expecting for it to like be such a bigger thing than it was. Dude, my biggest disappointment was freaking Skull and Bones. It actually released and it failed, and like it's gone. It's already gone. Everyone's already forgot about it. I thought we were gonna be getting memes from this game for like years. And I guarantee you some people saw this and they were like, oh yeah, that came out this year. And I'm disappointed. I thought it was gonna be like an industry. Like I thought this was gonna be Concord. I thought that's what we were gonna be talking about this year. But no, Concord came in and beat down the quad A's.
Well, it's what's that? What's that saying? It's like the worst thing you can be is
forgotten
or middle of the road. Like it's better to be like awful and atrocious and whatever, or good.
It's better to be known as evil than forgotten.
Yeah.
Yes.
And this game is like it's the most mediocre. Like
everything about this game was subpar.
Yeah.
From the money that went into it, to the development time, to the goals of the project, to the player's reception, to the game itself. Like there's nothing about Skull and Bones that is good.
Yeah.
Everything.
But
everything is
good.
just is
It
just a
looks good
little.
graphically,
It doesn't even
right?
look very good. If you look
Doesn't?
around, it
Okay.
doesn't even. The graphics aren't even that
If
great.
you get
like,
you get close, it looks a little bit rough. But when you're like kind of zoomed out and you can see the
yeah, so
ocean
does a
and all that stuff.
Picasso. Slow down. Like, come on.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying is like
Monet, but yeah.
I can't say that anything in this game is
Yeah, that's a good
particularly
point.
bad.
Picasso.
Yeah, not
no, it is
Picasso.
more like a Picasso because it just looks bad everywhere. No, I'm just kidding. Art people, I'm sorry. But no, that's yeah. It's the kind of like, dude. Okay, it's the best way I can say it is there's this streamer. I think he's actually even been on this show. His name's Burke Black. He is the pirate streamer. He was looking forward to this game for years, actual years. Made like whole channel stuff around it. Played it for like a week. And I mean, you cannot have more of a super fan.
Yeah,
It's his literal thing. He was so excited for it, and yeah, and it's gone. Like, I don't even know if the servers are still on. I have no clue what's going on with that game.
they're still
it's
updating
completely
it.
gone.
I've seen.
Are they?
Yeah, I've seen. I think they're in like season 4 at this point.
I'm sure the 7 people playing it are thrilled.
Yeah, I haven't looked like Steam player base and all that stuff, but yeah, I get it. I get
There's
it. Biggest
200 people
disappointment.
on Steam playing it right now.
Yeah, seems about right.
Okay.
Seems about right. Okay, Zeke, you go next. We'll save the hate
go
lasers so I
next.
can go to the next
Mine.
category real quick.
Mine's not. It's a personal thing
Okay.
because I loved the previous 2 games, and this one came out, and I'm like, what the fuck is this pile of shit? My biggest disappointment is South Park Snow Day.
Oh, okay.
God, that fucking disappointed me so much. Oh my God, I
Oh,
loved the
man.
first 2 games, and this one was just boring. It had some of the charm, but man, it fell really, really short of what I expected
Sure.
from the previous 2 iterations. The previous 2 games were fucking great, and they were super South Park. They were funny. They were engaging. You got to do lots of shit. This one was like just not good, and I was really disappointed because, like I said, I had my hopes up, and they dashed them most expertly.
Sure. I get it.
So I don't want to even keep talking about the game. I was just like, let's maybe try again and put some heart into the next one, please.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh wait, were these both Ubisoft?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is Ubisoft did not get the triple crown. They did not get the triple crown.
Oh, it didn't. Oh,
They did not
okay.
get the triple
Oh,
crown,
wow.
unfortunately.
I was
Almost.
going to say, considering this is the last year of their existence, that would have been perfect.
No, the reason I feel like this.
Oh, THQ published Snow Day.
Oh, so it
What
wasn't Ubisoft. It was.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, maybe that's why. Yeah, this one. I don't think anyone in chat. Everyone's saying Dawntrail. It's not Dawntrail. Because I haven't played it.
Oh.
I haven't played it, so I couldn't even say that it was Dawntrail. I never even played the Final Fantasy XIV expansion.
Really?
Yeah. How could it be a
Why
disappointment
is
if I
that?
never played it?
Why didn't you? You're super into Final Fantasy
I've
14.
hit 100 in the game. I just haven't done the main story. I'm saving it, I
reason?
guess, at this point. There was like so much pushback for the fandom.
I'm going to ask you a serious question. That's
Yeah.
a serious question.
Yeah.
Are you saving it or are you skipping it?
Saving. I will
Really?
100% play it. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's going to be more Final Fantasy expansions, so I will
True.
have
So
to
you're
play
going
it.
to like do that first and then go into the.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, saving it like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Guys, I spent $700 on that fucking PS5 Pro and it's coming out on PC. Anyways, my biggest disappointment presented by...
Oh, I thought that was it. I thought you were saying
No.
the PS5.
No. This game, it was top of mind for me. And now looking back, it's kind of wild that I actually did choose this. And I think, oddly enough, the reason why it was my biggest disappointment is because I played the first one a couple, like 6 months and got incredibly excited for it for the wrong reason, because the DLC of the first game was what I loved so much, and there's none of that type of content in the second one. Dragon's Dogma 2 was my biggest disappointment. And I still think the game was
Really?
fun, but man, I did not like I wanted to farm items. I wanted to be in that world more. and you get to the, you know, the end of that game is what the end of the game is. So I really hope that there's some sort of Dark Arisen content for that in the future, because I fucking loved Dark Arisen. It was so fun.
I will say this. It's interesting you say that, because when I replayed, or actually for the first time, really got all the way through Dragon's Dogma and did the DLC, so many people told me during that run that the DLC for DD1 is what sold them on DD.
Same.
Like that, like DD is the base game to the DLC. So I had not thought about that, but that really lines up what you're saying.
Yeah. And
Now,
yeah,
just to reiterate, like what this category is something that we had our hopes up for, that we were super excited for, and got our hopes like crushed. It's not necessarily that, like, South Park Snow Day is not the worst game of the year.
Not all of us had our hopes super high for our selections. Let me just say that. But yes, I see what you're saying.
That's what disappointment to me means. It means like expectations here, what actually happened here. That's disappointment.
I was more disappointed that it wasn't, that more people didn't feel more disappointed.
you were disappointed by the disappointment,
but not necessarily
God damn,
the product.
it's L take after L take with you today, Cole. Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying, I just want to make it clear for the record, I was in no state excited for Skull and Bones.
If you weren't excited, how can you be disappointed?
Because I was excited to see it fail, Zeke. I was excited to see it fail. But then it didn't fail. It didn't fail. It disappeared. And that disappointed me.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, there was industry-wise, it's funny because I was like, this one took me a while. I had to actually think, because obviously you go straight to Concord, right? You go to like the big things in the industry, layoffs, the things that, you know, everyone writes about all year, that type of stuff. And I started putting together my top 10 list, and I was like, wait a minute, that game fucking came out no, that was like shit. That is my biggest disappointment. So that's why I stumbled on Dragon's
Somebody
Dogma.
just said it best. Somebody just said it in chat better than I ever could. Co wanted to see it crash and burn, but it never took off.
Yes.
Thank you. I could not have said it better. That was my disappointment. I thought it was going to be like a huge catastrophe, and it just wasn't. It was barely like a wet fart in the night, and then it was gone.
Yeah.
Like it was just gone. Yeah, it was gone.
It was.
Have you ever had a wet fart in the night? They're not just gone, bro.
That's true. Also, they stay.
You know what?
You.
That's fair.
They
We're gonna
stay
add
with you, and it's
we're gonna go ahead and file that in the L takes I've had so far. That's a very good call.
That's why it was South Park Snow Day for me and not Snow Runner for me, because I didn't have any expectations of that fucking piece of shit.
Man, you.
Oh, I thought we were still in the pooch jokes. Okay, cool. No, we're good. We're good.
Let's see what the community voted. I could see.
Watch it be Concord.
I could see Concord in here just for the goofs. Dragon Age probably in here.
I would say Veilguard.
I think Dawntrail
I
might
think-
be in the top 3. I don't think it's big enough.
Maybe the Helldivers 2 PSN shit.
Maybe.
We could go a little meta with it. If they're not doing games, I mean, it could be like industry layoffs.
Yeah.
Which suck. I mean, like there's a lot of non-gaming disappointments we've gone through this year. I don't know what. Yeah, let's see what angle chat took it.
Yeah. Let's see what's here. Okay. Dragon Age Veilguard. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yep.
There you
That's
go.
totally fair. That's totally fair.
I get it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Good choice, chat.
Yeah. That is the biggest disappointment.
What are the other ones for the second, third place?
22% of the vote was Dragon Age. 10% was still Concord. 10% of the vote in second place, still Concord. And then people wrote in Sony as 7%.
Yep.
Because of the PSN
Especially after the Helldiver
requirements.
fiasco. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a real good one.
They cited Helldivers 2, but that's not just Helldivers 2. Like they
the whole PSN thing.
They do that for all of their games on Steam, and a lot of people are upset by that, rightfully so.
What's the other game that was big this year recently?
I mean, any title, Ghost of Tsushima, Horizon Zero Dawn, God of War.
New game though. There was a new game that I played. And I was like, oh, I gotta have a PSN for this. I didn't know that.
I'm trying to think what that would be. Midnight Murder Club. That's probably what it was, Zeke. When we did that sponsor stream
okay.
for Midnight Murder Club.
That's what it is. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, had a PSN
I knew it was something
login.
recent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and Barry's saying in 4th place was the industry layoffs. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Good call.
Let's move forward. I think we're in our games we wish we played category. And we got 30 minutes left, so we'll probably run through. We don't have to be super speedy, but we do have.
We need to be pretty quick.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just saw that.
I got to go at 4 today, unfortunately.
Just saw that we do have a little bit more. Yeah. So let's just do, let's rapid fire these. Games we wish we played. Zeke, just do your list.
Okay, at number 3, games I wish I played. I'm not kidding. Infinity Nikki. I wish I played that. I just wanted to see what it was about. And everybody was like, don't play it. I'm like, oh, really? Okay. I mean, I can put on my hat and do some gardening and shit or whatever that game involves. Like, I wish I at least checked it out, but I didn't. Okay.
You should actually stream that. I'm not kidding. You should stream that game.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. My second game that because I'm a base level fan, but I wanted to see what it had to offer, and I just didn't have time to get to it. Star Wars Outlaws. Never played it. Wish I did. Wish I at least checked it out. Heard it was disappointing, but sometimes I like games that other people don't like.
Yeah, I think you would actually enjoy that.
Probable.
And
then my number one game that I didn't play that people said I wouldn't like, but I still kind of really wanted to check it out just so me and Coke could have something in common. Stalker 2. I never played Stalker 2. Wanted to play that. I wish I played it.
I don't know.
Plus three co-faction.
Do you think Zeke would like Stalker 2? I don't think you. Yeah, I feel like you would bounce off.
I think it's the best parts of Stalker 2 are the sandbox, and that is the antithesis of what Zeke likes.
Yeah.
So no,
yeah,
I think it'd be fun. I think it's really fun to run around in and have some fun in. But in terms of like a big playthrough,
yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead.
Okay. Of course, my top 3 game. My top one is Metaphor. I wish I had played Metaphor. I wish I had more time for it. I started it. I did not get to. Oh, we're going from the bottom up.
Yeah, bottom up.
Okay, my bad. Okay, so for the bottom up, so games wish we played. Also for me, there was games I wish I had finished, and I do wish that I'd finished Black Myth Wukong. I got through a big majority of that game, but like I talked about earlier, I just got too much fatigue without the map. I was playing the game like 100% completion, and I got to this stream where I was like, I just had a couple streams of kind of running around aimlessly. And I really had other games I wanted to play. So like the last thing I wanted to do in a game was run around aimlessly, but I still wanted to play it like 100%. So that created this dichotomy in me where I was like, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to have fun in this game. Let me stop playing it for a bit and see if I can come back to it with like fresh eyes. Never got over that hump. Never was able to go back. I even never talked about this on stream. I even had a couple streams where I'd opened it up and had it in my title ready to go. And then like right before the stream, I was like, you know what? I just don't want to do this right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to run around and have no idea where I'm going and be trying to do these side quests that aren't really telling me where to go. And like and I remember vividly at those times being like, if I only had a freaking map, like maybe I'd actually be having fun. But I just never did. So that was my third one. Second of all, in terms of games we wish we had played, I put this in this category because I played basically like 80 to 90% of the base game and then got up to the point of like all the new stuff and then didn't do any of the new stuff. And that's Factorio Space Age. Absolutely love my time in Factorio. I got up to the point where I like made my first space platform. It was making the space research. And then I built like baby's first ship and then left the game. So what's kind of fun about that is that I'm literally up to a point in Factorio where I can just drop in at any point and I have like these multiple planets I can explore and all this fun stuff to do. So that is when I almost will assuredly get back to at some point in the future. I was still loving the game when I left it. I just realized I had a 100 to 200 hour journey ahead of me. I didn't really have that space right now. I almost assuredly will go back.
When he started that playthrough right after finishing Satisfactory, I looked at it and was like, yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I made it like what 70 hours.
Put some hours.
Like I put a lot of time in, and I didn't leave because I was bored. I left because I felt like in a lot of ways some of my viewers were getting kind of a little tired, and there were a bunch of new games out at that point, and I was kind of like, okay, I'm having fun, but it's a good time to a good stopping point and a good time to move on. So I did, but I will return to it as Factorio is awesome. Like that game it's one of those time melters. It's an amazing game.
Yeah.
And then I've already spoiled it, but my top game is Metaphor.
Metaphor.
It's my kind of game. It's the perfect kind of RPG that I love. I've already played a little bit of it. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's just like the other two. Well, not necessarily the other two, just like the last one. The stars just didn't really align for the whole playthrough. And even with it all, my schedule's been packed. So what I'm doing now is hopefully this year, I am waiting to have like a block open up. And then I'm going to go back to it. I just realized all 3 of my games are games I wish I had finished and not actually played.
Well, no, yes.
That's why I didn't put Infinite Wealth on mine, because I was like, I played a little bit of it.
Yeah, you followed the rules. Me and Co did not, because it's really a game we wish we played. Parenthesis, some more of.
More, yeah, there we go. That's in fact, I'm pretty sure that's the official name of the title.
JP.
Yeah,
no, we should probably
message you.
We should probably
like,
change
no,
that in the future.
It's gonna be games we didn't even play a single second of. So I'm not gonna message JP and ask him if I should put Infinite Wealth on there, because that would have been my number one.
We should have the conversation.
Played more of.
Yeah, we should have the conversation.
That's my bad.
For mine, chat's gonna be like, that should be number 1. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's the game I wish I would have played more of. I'm literally right there at the end. I just have to go and finish it. And now the PC version's coming out, so I guess I got to replay.
You have to replay the whole thing.
Fucking replay the whole thing.
Whole thing.
It's gonna look a billion and run. Anyways, I'm upset about it. Number 2, I already mentioned it, but Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. I do need to play that MSQ. It's wild. Like, I haven't even experienced the music. I haven't experienced the fights. But I also haven't heard people talk about that stuff.
Dude, I almost had 0. I think I can literally count the amount of people on 2 hands that legit were like, "Hey, could you play Dawn Trail? Like, you gonna play Dawn Trail?" Like, nah.
Yeah.
It was very muted.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
There's a big story about it right now, potentially falling under 1 million active subs for the first time in a long time. So, yeah, that's my number 2. And then my number 1, you guys already talked about it all day. It's Indiana Jones and The Great Circle. It's a game I wish we would have played. I would have played it in December/January, but the WoWs took over my life, and then Rivals took over my life, and so that's all I've been playing. Community-wise here, let's see what they put. Number 3, Indiana Jones. Yes.
Awesome.
You guys should play that. Number 2 was...
Oh.
Metaphor. Really? Okay. I thought a lot of you guys played that, but yeah, you should play that.
Is
game.
1 going to be Astrobot?
Oh my God. Daunting.
There you go. Wow.
You know, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
I think a lot of
Same
people were put off by Astrobot because of exactly what Zeke said. How could they have done it's a platformer. It's not. And then they play and they're
No. I think the reason why people didn't play Astrobot, PS5 exclusive.
Oh,
yep,
sure.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Which is so hilarious when you think about what kind of game Astrobot is, to then have that locked behind that level of technology is
They'll bring it to the PC, I bet.
Yeah.
Most anticipated games.
Because of PS5 exclusive, Metaphor because it's 100+ hours for most people.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think game length is definitely a thing there. Most anticipated game. For me, this was a really easy list. I think this is going to end up on everyone's list at some point, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, or number 1 on the community, Grand Theft Auto 6. Everyone wants to just see what the fuck that game is. Not for Co. I think everyone else.
It's probably in my top 10, but not my top 3.
It's
top 20 for me, I'd say.
It's the next Grand Theft Auto. People just want to see what that is in the grand scheme of things. I hope this next game comes out this year. I think it's scheduled to, unless I'm completely wrong. But I want to see Wolverine from Insomniac. I really want to play whatever that game is going to be and what it's going to look like. And I hope it actually comes out sooner than later. I didn't put Silk Song, chat, because that game's not coming out. Number 1 for me, no surprise, it's Monster Hunter Wilds. That's why I went first. I'm craving this game. I want this game now. I played that beta and I was already just like, oh, this is a happy game. I'm feeling something here. So yeah, those are my top 3 most anticipated games of 2025. Go ahead with yours.
Start with 3 this time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Not wrong. So at the bottom, my most anticipated games, we have, let me actually bring it up here. So this game for me really came out of nowhere. I still can't believe it's actually a thing. Like, how do you just take one of my favorite IPs and jam it into this? I gotta see what they're doing with that Yakuza Pirate game. Like, that thing looks crazy. I think it looks like a lot of fun. I think it's gonna be like, just the premise looks like it's gonna be wild, and these games are already pretty wild. So I think that game's gonna be a absolute Yakuza is gonna be freaking awesome.
Yakuza? Is that what the community's calling it? That's
it is
nice.
now.
That's some good shit right there. They need to
dude.
trademark that.
Second for me is gonna make some of the gaming community kind of a little hot under the collar. But I am incredibly excited for and looking forward to a very full girthy playthrough of Avowed, the next Obsidian thing.
Yeah.
I know that it currently has some stuff going on in the PR sphere. Hopefully that'll get all worked out before it comes out, because we're hearing really good things about this game. We're hearing people that got the behind the scenes look that had major issues with DAV are now playing Avowed and being like, oh no, this is a lot better. This is good. So, you know, like that's very good for me to hear. I have faith in Obsidian, and I'm really hoping that they're going to deliver something awesome. So my second is Avowed. And finally, man, oh my God, I don't know if it's just because of the last few weeks, but my most anticipated game of 2025 is Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Kingdom Come Deliverance is a very special game, and the more I'm playing it, the more I'm being reminded of just how awesome the writing is, the acting, the dialogue, the mechanics. Like, just look at the alchemy system, and you know that this game is just trying to do things that other games aren't even trying to address. And you know, it's wild, for instance, playing like DAV and seeing all their mechanics go towards like mobile game stuff. And then you play a game like KCD, and it's like they're making their own mini games to be more immersive and realistic. And it's just like the schism there is literally, you could not be more opposite. Like one literally going for like the most simplest basic one, and one working to make it more advanced, complex, and engaging. So I have very high hopes for KCD2. I think Warhorse is a company that we can count on, not necessarily to deliver a bug-free, polished experience, but I think that the content of KCD2 is going to be something really special. And if they can get KCD2 out in a state better than the KCD release, I will be very pleased. It's also, just a little shout out, by the way, they released review copies for KCD2 yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, no,
entire month early.
Yeah. So, yeah.
That
rubs me wrong, because it wasn't just they released that, it's that they bragged about releasing it 4 weeks for devs. Like, I don't know. That's a whole nother issue.
I talked about this on stream today. I'm very curious for the impetus of that. It's gonna be
it out early. Yeah.
Yes, I have some theories. Many of them relatively cynical, but it's gonna be interesting to see the state of the game after this. It's gonna make them look pretty silly if it turns out this game is buggy or not polished.
Sure.
Let me just say that you're making a pretty big statement. Not only releasing your keys that early, but then, like you said, kind of bragging about it a little bit. Like you're putting some spotlights on yourself. So if the game's awesome and polished and runs well and bug free, great. But if you do this kind of thing and the game's not at that state, it's not going to look good at all.
Yep.
So we'll see.
We'll find out in February. Zeke.
Yep.
Your top 3.
Okay. I did like precursory research for this. Like, I made sure I was like, okay, release date, speculation 2025. Okay. So I'm not all of these games have a date, but they do have a year, which is this year coming. So
that's fine.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but these are my 3. Did you have something to say? I'm sorry, JP, I interrupted you.
No.
Okay. And number 3, Slay the Spire 2.
Great one.
Absolutely. Yep. According to Steam, my most played game, but I left it on the background a lot. It was a game that you can just leave up and just come back to. So I did that a lot. So in Steam, I have over 1,000 hours played. I don't think I didn't sit there and stare at Slay the Spire that much, but it was up there. It's definitely up there. So Slay the Spire 2, absolutely on my list. Second game, tentatively 2025, The Altars.
Oh,
that
hell yeah.
That game is
awesome. Fucking awesome. I played the demo, and it's so intriguing. It's very much like, it gave me the feeling of Returnal.
Yes.
My top performance guy,
Zeke,
is a star of that game. That's Alex Jordan. The guy that I put for that he's the guy that plays all of the
Erica
altars.
Ishii's in the altars. That's crazy. I can't. That's wild that they got her in there.
And my number one, speculatively coming out in 2025, but probably not. Who knows? Judas.
Ooh,
Yeah,
announced
Ken
anything
Levine
about
game.
2025. Oh man, yeah.
I just looked up. I googled it. I said release date. It says 2025. No dates, no nothing, no months. It just says 2025. And I was like, that counts then.
Yeah. If all the games that are supposed to come out in 2025 come out in 2025, it's gonna be a crazy, crazy year.
So not only do we have to rip through this, but we can each spend 5 minutes on our top 10 list.
The Avowed. We still have, I think, one more category. What else? We got Grand Theft Auto. I was surprised to see Avowed up there. Oh yeah, and then Wilds. That makes sense.
Monster Hunter, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's a good list. List.
Top 3 games streamed. I'm just gonna hit show together.
Let's do it.
Already played it. It's early access.
We've already talked about all of our
yeah, we've already talked about
here.
this. Yeah, I didn't talk about Power World.
I didn't talk about this.
We didn't talk about either of these. Fuck. God damn it! I'm just gonna show.
Let's
the next
go
one.
then. Let's fucking go.
Yep, I love me some Rivals. Satisfactory is great. Eternal, yep, that was great.
Eternal Darkness. I never played it. Played it this year. It was fucking awesome. Played with you guys. Star Trek Resurgence. I'm a Star Trek fan. That was so much fun to play with you guys.
There you go.
I gotta shout this out.
Finally beating Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on the NES was a fucking amazing moment for me.
Fantastic.
And I got to share with you.
I'm proud of you.
Everyone should play Thank Goodness You're Here. That was one of the, I don't think I've streamed a game that had more laughs per minute than Thank Goodness You're Here. That was a phenomenal streaming experience. I just got drunk and played it, and it was amazing.
That sounds like the perfect way to play that game.
It was great.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Mine, I don't have. Power World for me was the only one I didn't have not talked about. It was the perfect January game because nothing else came out around Power World, and I was able to just like lose myself in that game, and it was fantastic. Community-wise, we have Satisfactory for top 3 games watched. We have, why is this like messing up? We have World of Warcraft, which makes a lot of sense. And we have Path of Exile 2.
Oh, PoE 2. That's great.
That also makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Great list.
All right, top 10 games of the year. We have 13 minutes. Good luck.
How are we doing this?
Let's do 10 through 4, and then we'll reveal 1, 2, and 3 at the same time for each line. I think that's the best way to do it.
Okay.
This
So
sucks.
each person does 10 through 4 really fast?
This is how we've done it. Yeah, we've done 10 through 4.
No, I mean that we have to go fast.
Oh,
Yeah.
Like-
Yeah, you know what? Next year, let's do just game of the year for the whole show. Like no other games, no other talking. Let's just start with our categories. Like right at the. I feel like every year we do like a pre-show.
Start
and it
with
takes like
top
20 to
10.
40 minutes, and we're always a little late. So like next year, like 1 p.m., we start our categories. I'd much rather end with time and talk about everything than what we do every year, which is run out of time.
We could also do.
Oh, we could do it this way. Ko goes first.
Yes,
And then if he has to jet, he can jet.
I agree with that.
Oh,
I
great.
agree with that. You
That
want to
works
do
too.
that? Let's do that.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So I just go through my 10 to 4 real quick, or all of them?
Look, you can just go down the list. We'll do all of them, and then
Perfect.
if you got a
Let's
jet,
do
you
it.
got a jet.
Okay. My 10th game of the year, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. This game was solid all around. It was a great contender. It was a fun story. A couple parts of it made me cry like a baby. And funny enough, this game was one of the few. Every so often, I finish a game and it does something to my brain, and this was one of them.
Okay.
Some of the ways that this game deals with the big question in the game, especially towards the end of it, had me like hugging my kids harder. Like it's that kind of thing. Like some of the stuff this game deals with transcends gaming, like right into what it means to be a human and dealing with our condition. So and that was really heavy. Like so I absolutely loved it. Great game. Next, 9th game for me. And you're going to see a few of these games on my list. And these are games that have been out for years, but they like got their big release this year. 9th for me, Core Keeper. I've returned to Core Keeper many times. It had its big 1.0 release. The game is awesome. It's basically a top-down Terraria. The company that makes it, Pugstorm, is 10 of 10. They have, by the way, they're the ones that are making this new Noita Terraria game that looks incredibly cool. So yeah, Core Keeper, amazing game. I still need to go back and finish that game. But super cool. Love my time in it. 8, Eve's Ass.
I knew it would make the list.
Wait, really? Wow.
This game
okay.
surprised the hell out of me.
I didn't know
y'all.
you liked it that much.
I not only liked it, I played it like starting it kind of was like, haha, let's check it out.
talking
And I finished that game.
For podcast listeners, we're talking about Stellar Blade.
Stellar
not
Blade,
Eve's
not
ass.
Eve's ass.
Not-
Well, I mean, both kind of.
Code
but
didn't play with Eve's ass, and he didn't finish. Code.
Oh no, I'm gonna let you finish
No,
this one,
you
JP.
got not
Please
finishing
go,
that
go
one.
ahead.
I didn't finish
No,
that
buddy.
one. I didn't do.
Nope.
This is a PG-13
Anyway.
show.
Yeah, sure it fucking is. Okay, so what we're doing now is Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade is actually an awesome game. It's actually an awesome game. And the way that I really realized that is at first I thought they were just using the sex to oversell a lackluster game. Let's be real, that happens a lot in the gaming industry. So when I saw this like clearly hypersexualized character, I was like, oh cool, they're doing this to attract players in because they didn't spend a lot of time on the game itself. Turns out that couldn't have been more wrong. Stellar Blade is a phenomenally cool action game. It's got like a very fun story, a very cool post-apocalyptic world. There's fun side characters. There's like great progression systems, some very cool boss fights. Stellar Blade is a great game. And one of the ways that I realized that is when I kind of was playing like at around hour 10 and I was like, you know what? I don't even need the sexy for this game to be awesome. I could be playing some grizzled mid-50s dude that's overweight and I'd be having just as good of a time. Sure, the sexy's great, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't need it.
I can't wait
it's
for
just
that
a
mod.
really solid game. Oh, I know, right?
It's gonna be great. The grizzled.
Steve, right?
Yeah, Steve.
Stevie Blade. But anyway, that's what was my Stellar Blade experience. I started it almost like as we'll see how good this is, and I ended it going, that was really good. Like, let's do Stellar Blade 2. Even the fishing was fun.
Awesome.
Like, hell yeah, man. So that was Stellar Blade.
I concur. Stellar Blade was a better game than I expected as well.
My 7 was Democracy, because damn if that game didn't do a great job of fostering this whole meme atmosphere around it. Like, the game was fun. It was just stupid laughs, people blowing each other up. Like, it was literally a phenomenon. And I still think that Sony extinguished the flame of Helldivers 2. It could be a roaring inferno these days, but like they literally, like that roller coaster was going up and Sony just pulled the power to the whole ride. I still feel bad about that. And which speaks a lot to the fact that like, even with all that Sony did to this, they're still relatively popular and still chugging along. Like, it's kind of a Cyberpunk situation where it's like, yeah, they have success now, but what kind of success could they have had if they had done it properly? That's kind of what Helldivers 2 is. But it's still a fun game. It's still a fun game, and I just played it a couple weeks ago, still going strong, and it's a great game. Yep. Moving up. Thank you, Barry, for this. Space Marine 2. He was able to fix my list. So Space Marine 2 did make it onto my list. Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2 is a love letter to Space Marine fans. There are not a huge amount of times when you can tell that a company, it literally bleeds passion for the IP that they're making. That is Space Marine 2. Saber did such an incredible job of making every minute in that game feel like you are there. Be it the iconic scenes, the music, the sound effects, even the voice acting and dialogue is just, it's Warhammer 40K to its core. And they absolutely nailed it. So yeah, that was amazing. What was removed? My 10th was Black Myth Wukong.
Ah, okay.
But I bumped Helldivers, Stellar Blade, Core Keeper, and Final Fantasy down, and Black Myth Wukong got bumped off the list. I liked Black Myth Wukong. I'm probably going to go back and finish it one day. But the fact that I ran out of steam on it, like, that's why it was at the bottom. And Space Marine 2, forgetting that was enough to bounce it off the list. So it was my big honorable mention.
Sure.
Number 5. A boy Ichiban. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Had a phenomenal time in that game. Everything that RGG puts down, I pick up. I can't wait for Yakuza. It was a phenomenal, like I did a ton of side content in Like a Dragon and finished the main story. I don't think I ever went back to finish some of the side stuff. That's a little thing in my back pocket for later, because every second you spend in a Yakuza game is fun and entertaining, regardless if you're in it or not. As long as you're not doing like a big main story thing. But I loved it. It was a fantastic game, and I can't wait. Can't wait for more. Can't wait for more. As we get into 4, Satisfactory. What
I
an
thought this would be higher.
amazing game. Satisfactory is freaking awesome. And I absolutely love it. The Satisfactory came to me at a point in my life that was very important. I needed something I could get lost in because there were a lot of things going on in my life that, frankly, I had no will or energy to deal with at the time. And that was the multiple back-to-back deaths of pets and like all sorts of things. It was really rough. So I actually called it Satis Therapy for a long time because I would just sit down and just recover, which was great. So yeah, Satisfactory, phenomenal game. Absolutely love it. As we enter the top 3, my third top game of 2024, V Rising.
That did hit one point.
V Rising is such a great game. I am currently playing it offline with my kids. I did a almost full run up to the very last boss.
Did you finish the final boss?
I never beat the final boss. And you know why? Because I like having an excuse to go back to that game whenever I want. I also like the fact that if I don't beat the end boss, that I have a reason to do the playthrough again some point down the road. Like maybe if enough upgrades happen, or maybe there's an expansion or something. Like I have a reason to go back and beat that game. And it'll be a big iconic event for me in my personal life when I do. It's going to be fun. But no, I love V Rising. It hit 1.0 this year. In terms of survival games, I don't think there is much that is arguably better for that type of game. Like it does so many amazing things in terms of QOL, mechanical development, progression. Like it is a perfect example of a great survival game. So much fun. So,
dude, you putting that on the list, I didn't even realize because I had put a couple hundred hours in it before it came out of early access, and I played more of it this year. It's one of my top played games this year, and I forgot to put it on my fucking list. So you're not alone, bro. I would have definitely had V Rising on my list.
I appreciate that, Z. Thank you. So there are 2 main games left that my chat knows that I love this year. Question is what order they're going to be in, because I have publicly talked about both of these in different ways. So here we go.
Should I just reveal them both at the same time?
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, there we go.
My game of the year is Stalker 2. My game of 2024 is Stalker 2. And the crazy thing about this is you would have to ask yourself, how in the hell did a game come out that is arguably missing one of its core features and is very buggy, and I had bugs? How is that my game of the year? And the reason being is because I realized that's a game that was buggy, missing one of its core features, and still was my favorite playthrough of the year. That's why it deserves to be on the top of that list. If it did have that A-Life feature, it would have been so far beyond the other stuff, it wouldn't have even yeah. But for those who don't know, by the way, A-Life is a very iconic system in previous Stalker games that would essentially run the whole world for you if you were there or not. So if you were in the bottom left of a giant zone, A-Life would run all the other enemies in the zone, even if you weren't there. And that way, if you stumble upon them, there were all these organic, interesting things. Unfortunately, they couldn't jam that system into Stalker 2. They had to do some weird stopgap stuff that didn't really work as well. They're working on putting it back in, and that definitely caused some problems. But even with that not working, and even with the bugs and issues, I spent more quality hours in Stalker 2 than any other game. Anytime I would come up onto a new area or an empty building, I instantly knew there was probably something interesting in there for me to see. There was probably some loot in there for me to get. Every character I met, I knew was going to be an interesting encounter. So much side content that gave so many palpably important and awesome rewards. Just side stuff everywhere to reward you for. Like Stalker 2 is one of the more, in terms of mechanically, one of the better sandbox games I've ever played. And then you tie in all the immersive elements on top of it, and it's just, there's really nothing else like it. When this game gets A-Life installed and all the bugs worked out, it is going to have a Cyberpunk 2.0 style renaissance, where it's going to, like, there's going to be enough different new things in it to where it's going to be one of those games that I think is going to be completely iconic. And then on top of this, the big reason it got into the top of my list, I had expectations coming into Stalker 2, but the dialogue, the characters, the main story, like how far they went with it, was on a level that I didn't even know was possible. Like I was expecting a quarter of what I got on a good day. going from what I enjoyed from the previous Stalker games. They weren't really into that stuff. They didn't really do cutscenes and narrative. Like, sure, there was a little, but it wasn't the focus by any means. But in 2, they somehow delivered the sandbox experience on top of like a near double to AAA style main story. Blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. So I can't say enough good words about the game right behind it. Like, Stalker 2 for me was a pretty clear game of the year. But if Stalker 2 had not come out this year for some reason, like Indiana Jones, that game, man, I went in with high expectations. And it still met or surpassed all of them.
To me,
like, I can't.
That's the shock. Like Stalker 2 at the top of your list. Yeah, the sky's blue. Indiana Jones in the Great Circle. You played that like last week, right?
A few weeks ago.
Yeah, like it was very, very recent.
And I had people telling me before, oh, this is Game of the Year quality. So I went in and be like, yeah, sure, Game of the Year. Okay, I'm Indiana Jones. You just love him. Whatever.
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's no way this is actually like. But no, sure enough, man. I mean, the game Indiana Jones is not only graphically beautiful, the performances and dialogue and writing are phenomenal. It is the soul of Indiana Jones, from the humor to the way they talk to each other, to the way that the enemies and the bad guys are. The story is actually really good. I had multiple jaw drop moments throughout Indiana Jones. That was completely unexpected. And yeah, the combat was fun and engaging. Like I ended up at the beginning, like the fist fighting felt really clunky. And then by the end of the game, I was like looking for opportunities to punch people in the face.
Yeah, I tuned in and you were fucking doing this.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh hell yeah, man.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, you learn karate is what you learn later in the game. So it was very, very cool. And overall, just the thing about Indiana Jones that is so awesome is everything is good about Indiana Jones. There's not a part of it that is like less than the other parts. And the whole experience is immersive and awesome. They took a risk doing the kind of semi-open world sandbox thing. Totally works. The side quests are so good, I don't call them side quests. They're optional main quests. They're not side quests. And that's because every side quest feels like it's as important as the main quest. You meet entire new characters. You learn crazy new things about areas that you've never been in. Sometimes like main story stuff you learn in the side quests. The puzzles were actually really good too, which was very interesting. I thought that was kind of fun. And apparently the different difficulty levels change how the puzzles are, which is really cool. So yeah, great game. Anyway.
Fantastic.
That's my top 10 for 2020.
All right. We'll let you know the combined list. I'll drop it in Discord or something for you, Co.
Yep. Perfect. Sorry, I have to leave a little bit early, guys. Yeah, I got to run and get dinner for my kids and everything. So yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you boys so much for another fun year.
Yeah.
Good list, Cal.
Thank you. And I will definitely be tuning into yours. Real quick before I go, next week, I think I'm off and Zeke's off maybe, but we're also doing that other thing. So
yeah,
I'll talk to you later about that, JP.
We'll have to have, yeah. There's some stuff we can't talk about, chat. That's probably going to happen. And I don't think, we'll talk. We'll have a conversation.
Okay. Sounds good.
We'll let you guys know.
All right, guys. So. I'll actually give you like a nice one before I go this time. So anyway, Bye, everybody.
Fantastic. Wow, look at that. A nice face for Co.
Look at that.
Fantastic. All right.
It's no JP Champ, but it's pretty good.
It's no what? JP what?
JP Champ, right? That was
Hero.
With your suit.
Hero.
Damn it. Hero. Sorry.
Hero. How dare you? It's Champ.
I'm sorry. Hey, Champ, Hero, whatever. Fuck you.
It's
okay,
Hero.
Cole's gone. I can jacket
Take
off.
the fucking jacket off. Let's start.
I'm taking it off. I'm leaving the tie on though.
Jesus Christ. Now we can actually have some real conversations here. All right, how do you want to do this? Do you want to just bounce back and forth so we're not blabbing the entire time?
Sure, yeah, that sounds good to me, buddy.
All right, for me, I think this is going to probably be on your list, but it snuck in at the back of mine, which is, I always start to struggle when I get to the like 7, 8, 9, 10 spot on mine, but I never have issues with like top 5. I think that's just a me thing, but it's how it went for me.
No. It's definitely the bottom of the list is harder.
Yeah.
And the top of the list. Yeah.
This is a game I wished I would have finished, but just for the, 10 hours or so that I played of Pacific Drive, it fucking nails the entire thing that it's going for. It's very much a like for a survival game about a car, it has no right being as immersive as it is. It's like, how the fuck How did you do that? How did you make that so immersive? So yeah, I think Pacific Drive, if you haven't checked that out, is there a demo for that game? I want to say there is.
Let me look.
You should definitely check it out. You should definitely check it out.
Yeah.
If you haven't. It's good.
No playable demo.
Damn, no playable demo. Okay. I do want to, it's on Game Pass probably.
At least on Steam. Yeah, I looked on Steam.
Okay. Yeah. You should check that out. It's good. Pacific Drive is great. Zeke, what's your 10th?
Well, my 10th would have been different if I remember V Rising came out in 1.0 this year. But I totally forgot because I have, like, okay, just so you know, yeah, I have 300 hours in V Rising in different sections. One when it first released in EA, and when they came out in 1.0, loved it. But I forgot, saw it not on the list. I'm not going to bug Barry about it. My number 10 game is a Devolver Digital game that was high action, fun, great fucking music. I played all the way through it. I got all the challenges done. It's a Devolver Digital joint called Angerfoot.
Oh, okay.
I love this game. I played a little bit on stream, and then I went through as much as I wanted to stream it, and then I went through every single level, and I got every star. Like, there's 3 stars per level, like, challenge, like, do it with only this, do it with it while jumping, do it while this and that, and that. And that was so much fun. I had a blast playing it. It's not a complex game. It's go through a level as fast as you can, get to the exit. That's all it really is. But the challenges really added some flavor to it. It's like, only use this pair of shoes, only this. And it goes really fast. And when you get it down, like, some of the challenges are pretty fucking hard. But when you get it, it's one of those, like, yeah. It's one of those feelings. So good. So good.
It's
but
good.
I really enjoyed it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go up to 9 then and go back to you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Number 9, Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Okay.
It was good enough to get on my top 10. It was fun, immersive, sound design, like everyone knows, really, really good. The story was something obviously taken from another game. It's always weird putting a remake on my list because it's not a brand new game, blah, 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 whatever. But I enjoyed my time with it. I loved streaming it. I loved, talking, like, we had a lot of lore heavy people, like, that know the Silent Hill 2 lore, that were helping me out, like, oh, that's this means this, the photographs, blah, blah, like, so much fun. Was it like a revelation? No, but it was a fucking good game all the way through.
Makes sense. I was wondering where that was going to be on your list because it was such a widely remarked game. And I know you also liked it as well when we spoke about it. Number 9 for me, this might be a Drop Frames first. My most disappointing game is also my number 9 game, Dragon's Dogma 2. Even though I hated that end game, I fucking love the rest of that. I love building up to that game, man. When you get in that game and you start walking around and casting tornadoes and fighting and launching people, and you got a giant axe and you slam that and you kill a thing, and Capcom knows how the fuck to do that. And I had an absolute blast getting through that. And then I hit the end game, and I think it would have been a lot higher had there have been. I mean, I can't get into it because of spoiler purposes, but it's not what Dragon's Dogma 1 was. DLC could save it, and I think if it does come out and save it, I'm right back there, and I would love that. I also really, really, really would love, I know it's a little bit Monster Huntery, but I would really love like some sort of co-op Dragon's Dogma. I think that would be so fun to just go through like an RPG adventure in that type of world where you can just have things crash down on you and you have to fight them. It's so fucking epic every time it happens. And it would just elicit like pure joy when you would have like a massive hammer or anything, any sort of combat in that game just elicits pure joy. So that was number 9 for me. Number 8, I think this was on your games you wish you played. And I actually do think you should check it out. I finished this game in full. I think I was one of the only people to do it on the internet.
Infinity Nikki?
No. And it's probably it was a very odd game to stream because I felt like when I streamed the game, I felt like I was some sort of like bastion of the last bastion of the internet, where people would like scurry into the room in hushed voices and like cloaks and be like, I like Star Wars. And I would be like, so do I. I like Star Wars too.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Welcome to it. Welcome to the cantina. And I had a blast with Star Wars Outlaws. I really enjoyed that game. It was cool. I think the story was very cool. I liked all the big reveals in it. If you're like a Star Wars fan, it delivers on the idea of like saying, kind of like fuck this whole Skywalker thing, fuck Jedi. You're a bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Like you're not a bounty hunter. You're a smuggler. You're just like a normal scoundrel in the world of Star Wars. And I love.
No, that's exactly. You
love
just
that.
explained exactly why I wanted to play it, because it's not a Jedi thing.
Yeah. So I had a great time with Star Wars Outlaws. And it's such an odd game because they put out a patch recently where it's like, we redid all of our stealth. Yeah. All the stealth's been redone in the entire game. So I haven't experienced that. I don't actually know if you guys were to play it now for the first time, what it would be. Because I haven't played any of their new patched content on any of that, which is kind of weird saying that I played a game that you probably won't be able to get to experience the exact same way that I did. But apparently it's better. So if you want to check it out, Star Wars Outlaws is out there. Zeke, what's your number 8?
Number 8 game. This is going to be a weird one because it's probably not going to be on anybody's list. Oh, and I just wanted to mention, like, seeing Co's list, we share one game on our top 10s. If you don't count, like, my V Rising, I said it was going to be.
Okay, yeah. We share a couple.
We only share one game, funny enough. But my number 8 game was a game. It's not as good as the first, no question. But it's still, man, I had a blast with it. Sons of the Forest.
Really?
Yes, I really liked that game. I know, it's so weird, but like,
no, that's
this
awesome.
is not best games. This is favorite.
Yeah,
I had a blast playing Sons of the Forest, especially with the weird, extra limb lady leading Kelvin around.
What was? Oh, fucking Kelvin! I'm trying to remember what my name for that girl was. Was it? Chad will tell me. Yes. That is a fun game. You're right about it. Linda.
I just really enjoyed my time with it. And I'm not going to tell you it was better. I'm not going to tell you it wasn't buggy. I'm not going to tell you it was as good as the first one. But did I personally have fun with it? Yes, I had a blast. And playing it co-op was also my first taste of the game, or one of my first tastes, was playing it co-op. And that was a lot of fun too. So, yeah.
So would you say that Sons of the Forest is... because I feel like you had a renaissance this year. I feel like you discovered that you like survivor games.
Yes, I discovered that last year, but yes.
Okay,
I do like survivor. I do like certain survivor games.
What was the catalyst for that? Do you remember the exact? It was Valheim. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
that tracks then. Yeah.
No question, it was Valheim.
Yeah,
I played Valheim for a little bit. I'm like, man, I want to play a little more. Of this game, and I don't know why. And then I played that for hundreds of hours. I'm like, maybe I'll give V Rising a chance.
You got to get the.
And then I was like, okay, maybe I'll give Pal World a chance. And then I just fucking like, I actually like these games, I guess.
Dude, the newest Pal World update that came out like last month or 2 weeks ago or something, it's apparently really good. Its Steam numbers shot back up, so might be time to dive back in if you're looking for something to jump into in the survival world. Seems like a good one.
I've heard.
Yeah,
I've heard.
Number 7, Zeke, hit me.
Number 7 is, this one, personal. Obviously, all of these are personal. But this one, I feel like I have to, like, explain, like, I fucking love Star Trek. I'm way more a Trekkie than I ever was a Star Wars fan. And I had so much fun playing this game because it was very much, very, very true to Star Trek. And Star Trek Resurgence.
Yeah.
I had a blast playing this talking about our memories of watching TNG with the chat, and it was very faithful to what you would want out of if being a Star Trek fan. It was very faithful for people who like the series and like the genre or the IP. And yeah, it was great, and I had a blast, and it was my third favorite streamed game because of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched, I've actually watched like a pretty, I wouldn't say full playthrough of that, but as, I wouldn't say I'm like the biggest Star Trek fan, but it was enough to be like, hey, I understand that's a Star Trek thing. So I could point out exactly what was happening. And it seems like they did a good job with that. Definitely like a AA experience though. Would you say that's an accurate way to describe Resurgence
No,
for
it's
people? Yeah.
Definitely not AAA. It's developed by Dramatic Labs, published by Bruner House. So it's not like it didn't get like the star treatment that's, games of, early 2000s got with the actual voice actors and shit like that. It didn't get that treatment at all. But you could tell it was made by fucking fans.
There you go. Fantastic. My number 7, I will just say, Bear, if we just want to shut down the stream over at in Co's neck of the woods for like, I don't know, 3 minutes, that would probably be best.
Oh, are they gonna get on you, dude?
I
Are you waiting?
really enjoy high school, Life is Strange bullshit, YA stories. No, I put 70 hours into this game. I had a great time. I think it's because I didn't have any of the other Dragon Ages to be like, oh, they messed this up. For me, it was just, I had a fun time walking around in this world. I had a fun time fighting things. I 100%ed that, which is not something I typically do, especially for massive RPGs like this. And I enjoyed the gameplay aspect of it. It's honestly what kept me coming back for more. And I would probably even be interested in like checking out some of the other builds in terms of playing like a mage instead of a rogue. It sucks that you couldn't respec halfway through the game, et cetera, et cetera. There are obviously issues with it, and that's why it's number 7 for me. But I had a great time with Dragon Age Veilguard. I had a really good time with it.
No, it's like a lot of like, if you watched Back to the Future 3, you'd be like, without having watched the first 2, you'd be like, this is a fine movie. I do not mind this movie. It is entertaining, and I liked it. And then you watch 1, and you're like, oh, that's shit comparatively, for sure.
Yeah. No, I had a great time with it. And there is, I think I did have some sense of satisfaction anytime, like, because it was a very weird playthrough. Kind of like where Star Wars was a weird playthrough. Watching other people play this game was very, like, almost an out-of-body experience, because it was like their stream was filled with, like, hyenas, and they would throw, like, fresh red meat to them nonstop. Whereas with me, I'd be like, oh, man, that was a really weird scene. And then we would just move forward as a stream, and like no one would fucking like lose their mind and have to go like cut themselves to feel better or something. Like it was fucking crazy how much hate the game was getting, and I was just like, oh, all right, cool. Let's just move forward.
Like when you walk into a fucking minefield of fandom, when you're like, hey, I really like Jar Jar Binks, and everybody's like, no, get out. You're like, oh, it was my first Star Wars movie I ever saw, and I liked that. He was funny. Like, no, he wasn't. He ruined everything. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it was a very odd experience, because I mean, he's not here. I'm sure he would speak to it, but like when I would go and watch this stream, co-stream the game, it was crazy. Like it was just. You couldn't enjoy it. Like it's 5 hours of people just like spewing just shit nonstop. And so it was one of the few times where it's like, man, I'm really thankful that I have like a small like echo chamber community where I don't have to deal with that. Because if you hit like a certain level of viewership, it just invites like nonsense. And so it was one of those games where I think I enjoyed the game more by having a smaller stream, which is not, as a streamer, that's kind of rare. Like typically you'll enjoy games more if you have a bigger audience to stream it to.
Sure.
But yeah, this was the inverse. So it was a very weird experience.
Absolutely understand that, dude. I completely get that. Ignorance is so much bliss sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Not knowing the history of things. Like, I played games that people came back to me later like, hey, did you know the people who made this game are just terrible? They're fucking like space Nazis or something. Like, oh my God, oh shit. I guess I didn't enjoy it.
Yeah. And then you're like, guys, we're going to change the game today. Oh man, that's funny. Anyways, that was my number 7. I'll do 6 since we're kind of bouncing back and forth. This game for me came out of nowhere. I was kind of excited about it, only hearing about what happened in Helldivers 1. And then like Helldivers 2 came out and you like landed in that first mission. And then like, 8 hours went by and you're just like, holy shit. Like I just did the most I just shot things for 8 hours and it was the most fun I've had in such a long time. Just shooting. Like you don't even get good. I would say I actually don't like the rewards in that game. I don't like any of how like the unlocks, but when you're like walking around and you see a massive nuke go off, you're just like, fuck yeah. Like that's fucking all like that right there. Yeah. I want more of that. And you can just do it nonstop. And it feels good.
I'll be honest with you.
It puts a smile on my face every time I do it.
I'll be honest with you. I liked like the outside of the game better than I enjoyed the game itself, but I like the outside of the game better.
Like the memes of it or the conversation.
Yeah, exactly. Like Super Earth needs you and like democrat or what was it? No, it was liberty. You know, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
The shit surrounding it was so much fun. It
was a very cool experience. And the fact that it's all co-op and like that works well. I think Ko, when he was talking about it, was like, just imagine how big that game would have been if Sony didn't do what Sony did. And I 100% agree. Like, I think that only hurt the game in the long run. And they'll kind of be playing catch up for it the entire time. That game
seeing how big it still is a testament to the game.
Sure. Yeah.
Even after all that shit.
Yeah, without question. It's the type of game where if anyone, if Max, Gassy, you, if anyone is like, hey, you want to play some Helldivers for an afternoon? I'd be like, yeah, I want to go kill some things. I'll check that out for 2 or 3 hours. It sounds like a great time. So that was my number 6, Helldivers 2. What was yours?
My number 6 is the one that I share with Ko on the list, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Okay, I thought that would be higher on your list. Okay.
I thought it would too, but like, I say
why
this
wasn't
every
it higher? Let's.
No, exactly. I say this every year, and I'm going to say it again. I stress over this. Like, this is important to me for some reason. Like this show, like this Games of the Year show. So I sit there and I think about it. Like, I take into the factor. Like, my biggest factor is, how much fun did I have while playing it, and how much did I want to go back to it? If viable, if it was a game I didn't finish in one stream, like how much did I look forward to going back and playing more of it, or finishing it, or how much fun during, and that's why it's the games that are higher are there for that reason. I have nothing bad to say about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. I have like barely any negatives whatsoever. The combat to begin with, a little fucking janky. Didn't care for that, but I did play it on the easy combat difficulty and the hard puzzle difficulty. But like Ko said, the puzzles were fucking great. They felt very Indiana Jones. The whole thing, just like Star Trek Resurgence, was very much faithful to the Indiana Jones that I know and love.
Nice.
And I thought they did an excellent job. And they had my character, or my favorite performance, in Emmerich Voss, the antagonist of the game. And it made it on the list. It might have been higher if I would have done more of the side shit, but I didn't do a lot of that at all. Like, I kind of left the side shit in the dust, and I didn't speed through the game, the main story, but I did main the main story. I just did that.
Yeah.
And it was still excellent.
Yeah,
still excellent. But
cool.
That's the only reason why. It's not for any technical aspect, any bugs, anything like that. It was just because the other games, like number 5, which is the holy gosh darn.
Okay.
I know.
Wait, did we hear about this game?
Yes, I
Okay.
said I had about, I don't know, 10 minutes on the stream that I talked about the holy gosh darn.
Oh, I remember this now. Yeah.
You play an angel that has to like prevent the apocalypse from happening in heaven. That being said, the game itself is so like, it was on the list for best writing because it was so humorous and funny, and the wit was just on point throughout the entire game. And I look forward to every new, because it's one of those games where you loop or you turn back time and stuff.
Yeah,
so you do something and you're like, okay, turn back time. And the care they took to make everything different when you do other things, like, I'm going to talk to this guy. I'm going to get this amulet. Now I'm going to re-talk to this guy. And it's completely different dialogue. And it's great. I just fell in love with the game. I did not see it coming. I did not expect it. But boy, did I have a fucking blast playing this game.
Nice.
And yeah, it's relatively, it's a 12-hour game. I beat it in 12 hours, but it was a game that I also like to look for the extra shit. And if you look on the Steam page, I'm not even kidding you. The thing that sold me on this game when it was suggested for Indie Day, the thing that sold me is there's a still image on the Steam page of the main character talking to a guy, a butt with legs.
Yep. I clicked on that image first and no other images. And I was like, he's about to say she's talking to a butt with legs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. I won't show it, but you can go look at it.
Yeah. It was super fun. It was witty. And the gameplay was nothing revolutionary, but it was solid. It gave you kind of sort of a Metroidvania type of feel where there were inaccessible parts of the map that you had to get like double jump, or you had to do like missions to get like open this door, blah blah blah. But yeah, I absolutely loved it, and I didn't expect it. It was also one of my biggest surprises.
All right. I feel like your top 5 and my top 5 are going to be, mine will be very much everyone could guess. Your top 5, no one's going to have a fucking clue. And that's awesome. That's exactly what I want it to be. My number 5 shows up on Co's list. It would have been higher for mine, but I ended up getting very, very sick and I could not revisit the game. Not because of the game, but it was the game that I found out I was also deaf in my left ear too. So there's a lot of big life moments in Satisfactory, but it was a really good, and same for Co, actually, kind of funny enough. It was a very, I guess, like, you could just lose yourself to that game. Co kind of already said it all. I built that massive, massive structure, just the biggest base I could ever comprehend. And I put like 2 things in it. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to go get sick for about a week. I'll see you guys. And now I have no interest in returning to it. I think had that not have happened, I would have completely filled up that base and done, all the tier 9 thing or whatever it was, whatever the last tier was. But yeah, Satisfactory. It was a game ever since I played it when it was in early access. I knew that I was going to do a full playthrough of it, or as much as I could. When 1.0 came out, and I had an absolute blast bringing people on, Gassy and Sips and all them, and having them just design different parts of the world and different factories and all that. So if you haven't played Satisfactory, you need to. It's worth it. Even if I would say you're not super interested in those games. Grab some friends and jump into the world.
Might have been my number 4 on the list of like games I wish I played.
Yeah?
But
it's good.
Man, it just really, like, as good as people say it is, it really does not feel like a game for me at all.
It's, yeah.
And I like survival games, now.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
And it's not really a survival game, though,
I wouldn't say
it?
it's a survival game. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's honestly kind of like, it is a little bit of like production job simulator.
And that's why, though. Like,
Yeah.
that's like,
Management
games,
simulator, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
they
a
just
lot.
don't jibe with me.
It's a lot.
It's like if I wanted to work in a factory, I'd do that instead of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I have worked in a factory.
Sure. Yeah. Next game for me, this game would have been higher, and I still stand by the fact that this is also going to put me in some hot water, but hey, I got opinions. I think Metaphor Refantasio is a fantastic game. Is that your number
Reveal
4 as
mine,
well?
baby.
There you go. There you go. Now, let's take it a different direction because we've talked about it. I think Persona is a better series still. How do you feel about that? Could you compare the two? Do you even want to compare the two?
No, I agree.
Okay. All right. Good. Yeah. I love what they did here.
I like the Persona better. Yeah.
I will say, and the reason we're doing this, Chad, is because we've talked about how good Metaphor is and the entire show. So it's going to be a little bit odd. But the entire time I'm playing Metaphor, I'm thinking, man, I wish this was Persona. I wish this was Persona 6. Like I think I'd be into this a little bit more if this was Persona 6. And I kind of like the message and the story of the Persona games a little bit better. But I totally understand why people would resonate with the story of Metaphor, especially given the last year. The idea of like hope and looking forward to the future and trying to build a better future and a better place for everyone involved, that type of stuff. I totally get why that would resonate with you. There's nothing, wrong with that. I think I just wanted a Persona game. That's why it's not higher on my list. But I spent 90 hours with this game, 100%ed it. I played on the hardest difficulty, and I loved every fucking second of it. So it's definitely worth playing. I'm not saying by any means. I do kind of wish it was a little bit of a Persona game. And I'm obviously very excited for whenever Persona 6 does occur. But yeah, that's why it's my number 4. That being said, all the positive stuff we've already said, just throw that into why it's number 4. Anything you want to add about it?
Yeah, I actually, this just like displays what I'm talking about. The difference between Metaphor and Persona for me is this. This is Metaphor. It's good, great, good, great. Metaphor is good, great, good, great.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah, it just has longer moments of greatness, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
like Metaphor has fucking awesome moments. But there is a lot of time where it's just like, we gotta reiterate this thing again and again and again and again. It's like, okay, all the games do that, but Metaphor really did it.
Yeah, there is a lot of not that I watch or know about these type of tropes, but it has a lot of anime tropes in it. And that Persona does as well. But they do tell you what's happening multiple times.
But I also like the main characters of most of the Persona games. I liked it way better than this guy.
Yeah.
This dude.
That being said,
you're not Joe, man. You're this dude.
That's true. I didn't like the main character compared to Persona games. And maybe that's where it falls off. But I will say the side stories and the social links, I think, are better than Persona for my interest. Like Heiseme's story, incredible. I loved the shopkeeper's story that sells the igniters. Her story was fucking awesome.
I agree.
Like,
less.
There's a lot
downtime.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah.
And what I really liked about it, even though I kind of followed a guide. I mean, a guide in like, because I was trained by Persona games to be like, you can't do everything unless you do it this way.
Right.
So I was like, okay, Metaphor, I'm gonna look up a guide so I don't miss anything. Turns out, you don't really have to. You don't really have to. And I was surprised, like towards the end of the game, it's like, there's a lot of game that they're just like, okay, the guide was like, you have this many days to just do what the fuck ever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh my God, I followed this meticulous list and I didn't even have to do that?
I was trying to say as such. I do hope that everything that's in Metaphor gets applied to future games. Like,
oh God, I hope so. Yes.
If there's anything learned from Metaphor, it's that it's a stepping stone to a greater Persona game, and that's if anything, that deserves maybe game of the year for me. If we could have a better experience in Persona, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
No, but like I was saying, like all the badge, like I look forward every day, like off stream. It's like, all right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I got my headphones, go in the bedroom.
Yeah, just vibe out.
Metaphor.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
For sure. All right. Well, I revealed both of our 4s. You can reveal your 3rd. We'll see where.
Okay, number 3 is gonna be one of those Zeke choices that you're like, whoa.
Okay. All right.
Never heard of it, or maybe I heard of it. This game, not only mechanically was fucking solid, it was so much fun gameplay wise, so satisfying to play once you get it down, but also the characters and voice acting, it's a revenge story done so well. It's the closest I think you could get to being John Wick in a game so far. And the game is called
Rat
I
Shaker.
Am Your Beast. Not Rat Shaker.
Oh,
no.
fuck. Okay. I Am Your Beast. I Am Your Beast.
It's called I Am Your Beast. Absolutely loved that game. I 100%ed that one as well.
Nice.
It's a game where it's a revenge story, but that's not like you can enjoy the game without enjoying the story, because it's a level attack game where it gives it's similar to Angerfoot, where it gives you challenges to do every single level. It's like, do this level in this amount of time, do this level with only knives, do this level, blah, blah, blah. But it's, as far as a first-person shooter goes, which don't usually jibe with me, it is very forgiving in, like, the aiming. It's not aimbot, but it's definitely like, you were close enough to the head, we'll give you a headshot, kind of a thing. And I love that because it made me feel like a super badass, especially when you've been trying to level 30 plus times, because you have to do every single thing exactly right to get the challenge star.
Yeah.
Once you do that, it's same feeling. It's just like, fucking yeah, did it.
Nice.
But if you are someone that likes story or voice acting, it's it's a shorter game. It doesn't take that long to play from start to finish, but it has this great, like, I'm a special forces, like, assassin something. And the guy's like, I'm calling you in, Jason Bourne. And he's like, I'm not killing for you anymore. He's like, well, then I'm going to send people after you. And he's like, do it. I fucking dare you. And you just feel like, yeah, I'm getting out of the life, but I'm going to kill some people because you're not going to let me out of the life.
That's
It's
awesome.
that kind of story. And it's really well voice acted too.
Okay. Fantastic. I'm Your Beast. Yeah. Another one that I think a lot of people are going to be checking out for the first time.
Yep. Blame the bunny from your chat. It's a little like Neon White. More story, more gritty, but yes, a little bit like, yeah.
Got it. My next one, this is kind of just what order, kind of what Ko was saying, what order they're going to go. And it might even be somewhere on your list, potentially. It's not a shocker. It's old Astrobot. Coming in at number 3. It's just.
Well, you better reveal my number 2.
Okay. It's just a game that fucking games. And that's all it's a
game.
It's a fucking video game, man. And here's what I'll say, and I almost said it to Ko. If you think you're not gonna like it, fucking play it for 5 minutes. That's all. It just take 5 minutes. All you need is 5 minutes. If you're not smiling, then the game's not for you. But I guarantee you.
Or popping?
Yeah, I guarantee you that you're gonna check that game out and be like, God damn, this is a fucking video game.
Fun.
That's all you gotta do.
Fun, dude.
Yeah.
It's not super challenging.
No.
It's just really fun.
Yeah. There's no like, I don't even know if you can pitch this game. It's just like, yeah, it's really good. You should probably play it.
Yeah.
And like, that's all you have to say, I think.
I'm hoping for all of you that it comes to PC.
Same. I get it on as many
want you to
platforms as possible. Obviously, that's not going to happen because Sony owns it, but bring it to PC, put it on anything. It's a game that deserves, I think, to be played ultimately. And if anything, Not that it should matter, but seeing the devs at the Game Awards, I have like the utmost respect for them, even more so with just how jovial and well spoken they were. It was just nice. It's just a nice thing.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see that.
Yeah.
So definitely my number 3.
And
I had a blast.
Yeah, my biggest surprise for a reason, because I was exactly the same. Like, okay, I played Astrobot, I played the virtual Astrobot. It was cute and stuff. But man, it was just a treat. Just a nice treat.
Yeah.
It's like, do you want a chocolate chip cookie? Yes, I would like a chocolate chip cookie. This is a chocolate chip cookie game.
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't do it. The amount of times that you're playing that game and I had the like, oh, that's really cute, or like, oh man, that's really smart. That's clever as shit. Like it happened billions of times. Yeah.
And the little interactions with the bots you save, like the nostalgia that you have for like seeing, God of War or Kratos, Dante, like Resident Evil. You see all the little bots, the little care that they took for their interactions. They're like 3 to 10 second like little scenes when you see them, like after you save them, you go like interact with them, and they're like, like I don't like cute shit. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, it puts a smile on your face. As a streamer, I'm sure you can kind of relate, if not fully relate. Every once in a while, I realize that I have words that I say over and over, and it's like, I gotta stop fucking saying that because I've said it too many times. For instance, go look at this show and see how many times I've said, for instance. It's gonna break your brain, and it'll probably ruin me as a host of this show, as well as that's interesting. I say that a lot. Zeke knows that firsthand. But as I'm playing that game, I'm pretty sure my chat said that I said, man, that's so clever, about 100 times. Like I didn't say anything else. I just smiled and said, man, that's so clever. We went forward. So play Astrobot if you have the means to do it. If not, hope that they port it to all the platforms possible. I'll do number 2, then we can reveal number 1 at the same time and talk about it. Cool.
If you want to, yeah, you bet.
Yeah, for me, number 2 was Space Marine.
Oh,
Space Marine, man. This could have gone on most surprising, because like I think going into Space Marine, you could even go back and watch the show that we had Burke on, when Burke and Co started talking about Warhammer. It was like when me and Co would talk about PoE. Your eyes glaze over, and you kind of stop. You just stop, and you're like, what is happening? Like, what's going on, man? I just couldn't be bothered to hear about 40K lore. I played the game, and I'm just like, man, I get it. I fucking get it now. Like, I understand this shit. I get it. It is the hell of a thing. Power fantasy. I said that 1 billion times earlier today, and it is like it is like pure distilled. Just kind of like what Doom does in a lot of ways, but this one's like in a third-person shooter experience. And even like when we did that sponsored stream a couple weeks back, all of that like came back where it's just like, God, it just feels so good killing these fucking Tyranids or whatever it is we were killing. Tyranids or other Chaos Marines or whatever. It feels great. Really nice.
And coming from someone who I'll just tell you, it's not number 1 for me. It's not on my top 10 list.
Yeah.
But I will say that I had infinitely more fun playing it co-op than I ever did the solo.
Yeah. The co-op experience is definitely a fun one. And I mean, I'll go as far as to say, like, if you have the means, play it with friends. Like you'll have that like kind of like Helldivers. You'll have that like, yeah, that's fucking badass type deal. And just walking around in that world, you feel so cool. You feel like such a fucking just badass. It's kind of like that's my entire review of the game. Warhammer Space Marine 2. Badass. That's all you got to say. That's all you got to say. Anyways, our number 1s. I think ours are different enough. I don't think we have the same number 1, funny enough, like we have in past years. So let's go ahead and we'll just do them individually. Please tell me your number 1 game of the year of 2024.
Okay. I was almost sure that this was going to be in my top 10, if not my game of the year, after I played it earlier in the year. And I'm like, and it's going to be tough to beat. And there was a few games that tried. Astrobot really tried. But I'll tell you, man, it stuck with me long after I played it. And I look forward to like delving even more and more and more into the game every time until I finished it. Pacific Drive. Loved it. Absolutely loved it. It was one of the most immersive games I've ever played. I just sat down in that driver's seat and I was there. Like more than most other games I've ever played. Like I was just like, I'm here now.
Yeah.
Like I got me, I got my car, I got voices on the radio, but they're not even here. It's just me and my vehicle. That's why the vehicle was my like favorite character of the year, because it was just me and old Bessie. And we were just cruising around and we were cataloging anomalies. We were figuring out what the fuck was happening. It was a mystery. It was well written. The ending did leave a little bit to be desired. I won't spoil it, but it did leave a little bit to be desired. But it's left it open-ended enough where I'm like, they can make more games in this genre or with this IP. DLCs, like all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it's just like games of the year in the past. It's games where you walk away and you're still fucking thinking about it for like hours afterwards. You're like, oh shit, they said this. Like just sitting there pondering it. And it didn't like grab me immediately. But once you get like, oh, this is how to play, or this is how I want to play, it clicked. And I'm like, I look forward to every single hour that I played that game. And just out of curiosity.
Yeah, what was your played time?
51 hours.
Okay.
I really explored that game. Yeah. So I put 50 hours into it, and I loved every single second of it. And every time I got to sit down and play it, I was super happy. The world just fell away. And that's what I think great games should do.
Yeah.
Is they don't have to necessarily be immersive sim games or anything like that. It's just a game that makes the world go away. Pacific Drive.
Yeah, it's good. It's what I think if I would have played more of it, it probably would have ended up higher on my list. But just the, I don't know, 5 or 10 hours that I played, you said the words like immersive, and that game is everything, encapsulates everything about the idea of immersion. I hope it did well enough so that we can see more of that, and they can expand on that like world and kind of everything that they're building around it for sure. Because it's a hell of a thing. Do you know if you could play that with a, could you use that,
the wheel? I never tried the wheel.
I wonder if the wheel would work.
I don't know if I
that.
had it by the time I finished it.
Yeah.
I'll have to try it. I'll try it and report back.
Yeah, I don't know if a wheel would work with that. Chat's saying you cannot.
Okay.
That sucks. All right, my number one, I don't think is going to come as a surprise to any people or anyone that's been watching. It's, I will say this. Had we have not, and I'll say this only because the actual game is not that interesting to discuss. Had we have not had the rules that the game had to come out this year and all that type of stuff, my number one would actually have been World of Warcraft.
Oh.
Because I don't, I'm in bad. And I don't even like, I'm not even like a classic fanboy of World of Warcraft. I don't even care about retail. But there's something about OnlyFans and like logging in and having a shit ton of people being like, hey man, how's it going? Can I get some water? Oh, I need a port to this place. Like, it's just kind of like home in a lot of ways. It's got a very like homey, comfy feel. But because we can't put that on the top 10 list, this next game did the exact same thing, but with a smaller group of friends that I had never really gamed with that much before. And now we have a Discord channel where there's 14 of us, and we're like setting up sessions and scheduling times when no one's streaming so that we can all play the game together. We have alt accounts so that we can play with people that are lower ranked than us, because the game has a weird ranking system to where if you're ranked too high, then you can't play with someone that's too low. And like, I've never cared that much about a shooter before. And it really is like Marvel Rivals is just, it's what Overwatch 2 should have fucking been. Like it really, really is. And you put Marvel characters in there, I'm fucking on board. I get excited about the characters that have leaked / been announced, because I'm a Marvel fanboy, and people are like learning like, oh, why is Squirrel Girl a character? It's like, well, actually, Squirrel Girl is one of the strongest people in the fucking the Marvel universe. It's like, no, she's not. Actually, she kind of is. She's like one of the strongest people, man. And like the memes that have popped up for this are fucking hilarious. They're like, my TikTok is just filled with absolute bullshittery around this game, and that's what my nightly, I get in bed, I like get my fucking Whataburger Snuggie that I got for Christmas right here. I put that shit on and I just browse TikTok and see Wolverine furry memes and fucking the Luna Snow dancing to some Mexican song that's really catchy that gets stuck in my brain. Like Jeff fucking getting the 10-person ult and then fucking up. Like, it's just funny. It's just crazy to see people memeing about that type of stuff. And then not even talking about the actual game, which I think is very well done. It's just like a very solid hero shooter. It does have its small little quirks that are, you know, an annoyance. But I think if you're playing a hero shooter and not getting frustrated, or if you're playing a competitive game and not getting frustrated, it means you don't fucking care about the game. And that means that the game's not good. And this game's really good. And so if you go look at Ninja and Tim the Tatman yelling at one another, it's really crazy how much they care about this game. It's some funny shit. Seeing two people that are like, you know, almost my age, lifelong friends, they're just losing it on one another. And then they're like, hey man, you want to go get a beer? Yeah, they probably will after that. I love that games can do that to people from a competitive aspect. And you can just, you know, turn that on and turn that off with people. It's awesome. It's also free. And people were like question marking about the NetEase thing. It's wild that NetEase put this game out. One, that it's as good as it is, and two, that it's not monetized to shit. Like in a lot of ways, I will applaud them for that, because they could very easily just say like, fuck all of you. We're going to charge the shit out of you. But there's only like a handful of skins. So hopefully they keep that up. Hopefully I'm not on this show a year from now, like I was with Overwatch, where it's like, they fucked it up. It's all shit now. Because that's exactly what happened with Overwatch after I gave it Game of the Year in 2016.
Didn't you give it Game of the Year 2 times in a row or something? Wasn't that a thing?
I gave it I gave the beta Game of the Year, and then I gave it Game of the Year when it came out. Yeah.
When it released, yeah.
That's right.
That's how much he likes these games, guys.
Yeah, I play the shit out of these games. So it's a blast. I love Marvel Rivals. Shout out to the crew that I've been playing with, Alb, Amanda, Sam, Jinx, Naomi, all of those folk. It's been an absolute blast. We'll keep playing, and hopefully none of us take it too serious that we're screaming at each other one day on a call, because that will be where I dip out. But I don't think we'll get to that point. So it's a good one.
For the people, there was enough people asking, where would V Rising have been on my list? It probably would have been number 7 and bumped Star Trek on down 1, and Angerfoot would have been 11.
What game was that? Would be at your 7?
V Rising.
V Rising. Yeah. I think if I had
game I forgot actually came out because I put 100 and whatever hours into it in early access.
Yeah, that's the thing for me, is I played so much of early access that when I went back to V Rising this year and I cranked it up to that hardest difficulty, as soon as I saw the, like, I think it was the ice person at like 50 power or whatever. Nah, man, fuck that shit. That shit was a nightmare on the hardest difficulty. That was so unbelievably difficult. I just like bowed out. So I think that's it.
No, and for those of you asking, like,
top
where's
10.
where's Balatro, like, on the list? Like, that game, like, I liked it, but that game surprised me in how many people fucking loved it. I didn't know that was going to happen because I played it way before the hype. And I was like, this is a fun game, a little fun little poker game that I thought was just going to go by the wayside. Like, I'm going to play it, but nobody else is because I play indie games, you know. No, I had no idea that it was going to come out of left field and be like, Balatron! I was like, holy shit. So, like, it didn't change my opinion of it because it got hyped.
Yeah.
I liked it, but it wouldn't even, it probably, I don't know if it'd be in my top 20, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Balatro was the game that I played, and on my first like deck or whatever, first go, I Balatroed or whatever it is when you win. I won, and I was like, cool. And everyone in chat was like, what the fuck? How did you fucking win? It's like, I don't know. I'm good. That game is all right. And then everyone like lost their shit at it. It just didn't grab me for whatever reason. So
that was honestly like on my list for biggest surprise was how Balatro blew up.
It did. Yeah.
Like, no question.
And I think the mobile.
I will stand by my sound design choice though, because those noises made me want to go to Vegas.
They know what the fuck they're doing with that, without question. I think we have the next. If we do this, okay. So yeah, this is the community top 10, and then we'll combine everyone's together. So I'm just gonna kind of slow reveal these here. Number 10.
I'm guessing Barry has already done that.
Yes, I believe he has. Yeah.
Okay.
Number 10. Wow, Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth coming in.
Oh, that's one thing I wanted to mention about this game.
Yeah.
It didn't crack my top 10 list because I played like one stream of it, and then like it was gonna be on my list of games I wish I played more of, but I was like, I played a little, so I can't put it on the list. But yes, I wish I played it, and it might have been on my top 10 if I did.
Got it. Okay. That's number 10. Number 9. I thought this would have been higher. Helldivers, number 9. Okay. Number 8. Okay. Space Marine 2. Again, I thought that would, man. So what are you thinking? You thinking Astrobot's number 2, number 1?
Astrobot 2, Jones 1.
What do you think Balatro's in this list?
No.
You don't think Balatro's in it at all? Okay.
I don't.
Oh
shit. I was wrong.
Well, that's Indiana Jones.
Oh, wait, no,
7.
Final Fantasy 7. Duh, Final Fantasy 7 is going to be number 1.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I could see that. Well, Metaphor's probably top 3.
Oh, maybe. But Final Fantasy is also exclusive, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Black Myth Wukong.
Maybe not then.
Coming in at 6. Number 5. There's Balatro.
Oh, it made it. Okay.
So we still got Metaphor, Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth.
Yep.
What are the other 2?
Astrobot.
What's the 4th?
What was the top of Co's list? Stalker 2.
It could be Stalker.
I don't think
2.
that'll make it.
Satisfactory, number 4.
Ah, there you go. Satisfactory. Yep.
So then Astrobot, Metaphor, Final Fantasy. I'm going to go with Metaphor at 3, Astro at 2, Final Fantasy at 1.
I'm going to say Astrobot 2, Final Fantasy. Wait. No, I'm going to say Metaphor's 1. Metaphor's number 1.
Okay.
Astrobot, Final Fantasy 3.
Okay. I have to wait for them to be fully revealed, so I can't just show all of them. So here's 3, Astrobot.
Okay.
Number 2, Final Fantasy. Really? Metaphor's number 1?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. The weebs have won. They have taken over. That blows my mind, to be honest, that Metaphor is number 1. I guess it makes sense given all of our communities, though. Like, they do like the Metaphors.
Oh yeah, no, this is definitely like a reflection of not the entire gaming world, but our communities.
Yeah,
for sure. That list looks right.
Yeah. Barry wants to add thank you to all of the voters. There was 530 plus games voted across 16 categories. There was 5,000 write-in votes for Barry to read and
Damn.
distill in all the
God
categories.
damn, Barry.
So shout out to Barry for reading through all that stuff.
Ask
and
for a raise,
making-
bro.
Yeah, and making all this stuff. That's fantastic. We have the combined list right here. So I'm just going to start going through this. Now, Barry, can you send me how you decided? Did you like weight each game as a, or each ranking? Yeah, so that would make sense because Rivals was my one, but it was only on my list.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, so he put a weight to each one. So, V Rising is up high because it was on both of y'all's list. Stalker is up high because it was on. Wait, Stalker. How does Rivals?
This is number one.
Rivals was my one.
Yeah.
though. Barry, how did you do this?
Yeah, what the shit? They should have been
What
a
is-
tie between Stalker and Marvel Rivals.
This
What the
is
fuck?
shit, Barry.
Go gets more weight because he's Go.
Wait, hold on. This is probably community votes thrown in as well.
Oh, community and us. Okay.
Yeah, it's also community votes. So yeah, that's okay. Astrobot's number one.
Yep.
You know, I'm cut. This is not a bad list.
Good list, man.
That's a good
I
list.
dig it.
Oh wait, Barry says just the panel, no community. Well, then I don't understand that fucking list. unless he didn't do ties or something.
No, I think Ko was more emphatic about Stalker 2 being his number one than you were about Marvel Rivals.
Maybe not. Maybe so. I don't know. We'll have a word.
Maybe
with
Barry assigned negative points for it being, Marvel
He might have.
or Netties.
It might have just started at a negative. Yeah. Wait. So. Wait, what did you just send me, Barry? If I correct for V Rising, it's that. Oh, so if he corrects. Okay, yeah. So this has actually not been fully fixed for Ko's.
No, I
list.
asked Barry not to worry about V Rising. I fucked up, so let it go.
Yeah, because Marvel Rivals and Stalker 2 were 9 and 8 at both 10 points. Pacific Drive was 11 because that was your number one, and then I bumped it up
Yeah.
with my 10th on
10,
my
yeah.
list, so it was number 7. V Rising was 6th because 12 points. Satisfactory had 13 points. Warhammer had 14 points. Indiana Jones and Metaphor all had 14 points. So it was a 3-way tie for second. And then Astrobot was number 1 at 17 points. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. If Barry wants to post that math, he can. But yeah, I'm still happy with this list.
Wait, Barry, this is Barry's top 10, I think. I think that's all it is.
I think it is Barry's top 10. What happens when I hit advance? Oh, it's just the break. There you go. That's the Game of the Year show. We did it. We're done. We clocked in just at 4 hours. Not too bad. Not too bad. We actually took an hour on just you and I's list. So I'm actually kind of glad we did it the way we did it.
No time limit, man. I enjoyed just not having to look at a clock or anything and just BSing about games we love.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And thankfully, that's 2020. We're done. It's over. There's no more talk of 2024. It's in the record books. It's in the history books. And we shan't discuss it anymore. We will be doing another Game of the Year show at the end of February because every game comes out in February.
The games of February.
The games of February 2025. That'll be our big show on the 1st of March. I hope you guys are excited for that. January is going to be an interesting month for the show, only because we have not much to talk about. And also Zeke's out next week. He's going to New York. I think Ko is out for most of January. We've got one thing that we can't talk about that I think Ko is going to jump back on. But Zeke and I should still be here on the 19th and the 26th. You don't got anything going on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'll be here 1926. Yep.
yeah, we'll grab some folk and do a show, see what people are playing at the start of the year, and maybe get some new folk in here, some new blood as far as guests go. I haven't contacted anyone yet, but I still plan to have a VTuber on the show and get into that world and pick some brains about the VTubing world, because I really have so many questions. Yeah.
Super interested. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think, in so many ways, the streaming space has, if anything, just like kind of exploded in like this giant globe, and we're just kind of like stuck over here in our little world, which is nothing wrong with it. But I'd love to move the needle a little bit, get some other folk in here and see how that goes. So we'll do that. And that's kind of the focus for the year, I would think, is to expand our guest horizons and see where we go with it. That's all I got, at least, for kind of touching base on the show. Love doing the show, obviously. Thank you so much all for watching each and every week. It might seem like you guys think that you're an annoyance when you say, like, man, we just dropped frames this Sunday. Zeke and I actually love that shit, because it means that you guys actually want to watch the show. So don't stop doing that. We love hearing about that type of stuff. And yeah, that's all I got. Zeke, anything you want to add? And then we can do proper shout outs.
Oh yeah, no, thank you guys so much for watching. This is probably like my favorite show of the year that Drop Frames does, because it's just like, it's nothing but love for the games we like, and we get a bitch a little bit about the shit we were disappointed about, stuff like that, and we get to argue with each other about Co's L takes. Like, he had like 5 of them this time. Holy shit.
He had a lot of L takes. Holy
he
shit.
Sucked.
Like, man.
I had 1.
He did suck. That was terrible. Yeah. Good Lord.
Yeah, no, it's just celebration of our love of video games. And I look forward to every year, and I put effort into my choices every year.
Yeah. It's great stuff. It's great stuff. All right, let's do some shout outs. Zeke, what do you got coming up? Just on your channel in general.
What is up, everybody? Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to CoJP for being my co-host every year. My name is Ezekiel the 3rd. You can find me at /Ezekiel_III on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Ezekiel the 3rd, all spelled out on Instagram, TikTok, and Blue Sky. My voice, I'm fine. I'm not sick. Just to let you guys know, in case you didn't see my messages in other people's chats, I'm not sick. My voice, my vocal cords are just rough. I don't feel bad, nothing like that. It's just they need to heal, and it's a slow fucking process. But anyways, I'm in the middle of CD-ROM-a-thon, where I'm playing CD-ROM games all month of January, except only Tuesday this week, because my lady surprised me with a trip to New York City that she paid for and planned, and I had no idea. So that's what I'm going to be doing from the 8th until the 13th, but I will be making up for it for a week in February. The first week of February will extend CD-ROM-a-thon into that week. So Tuesday, I'm going to be playing a game from the list. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to pick it today, what game I'm going to be playing of the 25 that you already had. And then it'll be your choice to pick with a brand new 25 list, or list of 25 games. And that's what we're doing all month. And it's been a blast so far. I hope to see you there. 10 a.m. Pacific every day, or 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you for watching.
Fantastic. In terms of what I got going on tomorrow, I got a sponsored stream for Indie Aid. I'm going to be playing WoW, though, which is kind of fun. I get to do a World of Warcraft sponsored stream in 2025. I'll probably even be playing Classic. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Tuesday's day off. Wednesday, I've actually got a sponsored stream on Wednesday for a franchise that people have always wanted me to play, but I never have. I'll be checking out. It's a remaster, I think I don't think it's a remake. I think it's a remaster of the YS franchise, which I have never taken part of, but I have many a fan of that game. So we'll be checking that out. It's kind of weeb shit. Yeah. It's as far as the weeb spectrum you can go, I would say. That's Wednesday. And then I think next week we'll actually be finishing the new intro that I've been working on for the past like 6 months or so. But that should debut probably the 15th, if not the 13th. but I'll keep you guys updated. You can follow us all on Twitter if you're still on that shithole. If you're on Blue Sky, I think we're all here as well in one way or another. We've got TikToks, unless that gets banned in like fucking 10 days or something, whatever that. Who knows what's happening? 2025 is here, and it's not giving any shits about any of us. But we'll still be
Let's
here.
all just watch GDQ and just forget the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. It's going to be a crazy time, but hey, we'll still be here every single Sunday for the foreseeable future. I don't see why we would stop after. Oh, this is actually year 10. That's right. This is year 10 of the show. We are starting year 10 of Drop Frames. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. Reggie told me that. This is the beginning of 10 years of Drop Frames. That's crazy.
I thought it'd last 6 months tops.
Same here.
I thought JB would be like,
I thought you were the
dude.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I'm joking. I'm joking before anyone gets really awkward.
I know. You don't know JB like I do. In private, he's so sweet to me.
That's right. That's right. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Not only this show, but for the past 10 years. We will be back next Sunday with something. We might even have a second show on Monday for some different stuff. I don't know. We'll let you guys know. You can follow us on all the places we said you could follow us. And the VOD will be up over at youtube.com/itmeJP if you want to subscribe over there. Should go up in about, 20 or 30 minutes. Thank you all. Thank you, Zeke. Thank you, Co. Thank you to all the guests we had in 2024. We'll see you for more in 2025. We're out. Have a good one. Bye-bye.